Arkansas Select Volleyball Club focuses on personal and athletic development of our student athletes and creates a safe, positive, and effective learning environment in which student athletes strive to achieve individual excellence within a team dynamic. We view the volleyball court as our classroom, transformed to teach lessons of character, discipline, respect, responsibility, accountability, commitment, leadership, work ethic, teamwork, courage, integrity, communication, the importance of sacrifice and sportsmanship, plus many other important values on and off the court. Search Arkansas Select Volleyball online or visit our Facebook page, Arkansas Select Volleyball, to find out more.
I started Arkansas Prep Sports in 2015. Saw a little niche where, there were student athletes in the state of Arkansas that needed to get that promotion to try to get to the next level. In fall of 2017, I had someone by the name of Kevin Miller just reach out to me out of the blue. We instantly hit it off. Kevin had just started his sports media company, BM Sports Report. The BM stands for Big Miller. If people didn't realize that, that's the reason that we call the Big Miller Media Days. This was Kevin's idea. Kevin saw what other states were doing in the high school sports world with media days. It was just an extra opportunity to promote teams, coaches, and players in front of a statewide audience. Kevin and I hit off right off the bat. We spoke on the phone at the beginning in the first few years, a few times a week. Then it was every day. Then sometimes multiple times a day. As a matter of fact, when my phone would ring, my wife would say, "There's your boyfriend calling you." Kevin and I went on multiple road trips. We ate at Popeye's Chicken all the time. I missed those road trips with Kevin when I would look over and he'd be asleep about 30 minutes into the trip and snoring, and miss those greatly. A lot of the ideas that we do in the high school sports world were Kevin's ideas. A lot of people have kind of started to mimic a lot of the things that we do. Kevin was the reason that I was able to meet and work with a lot of people in the high school sports world, such as Nigel Wright from COE Films and Nick Winger and Kyle Sutherland and people at Natural State Sports, amongst lots of other people that I've met. Kevin wanted his sole purpose. He just wanted to promote Arkansas high school sports athletes. We all miss him. He left a huge hole in the high school sports media world that we are all trying to fill. And it takes a lot of us to fill one role by one man. And Kevin wasn't just one man. Kevin had a great family that he left behind. His wife, he has a son and a daughter. We in the high school sports media world started a trust fund for his family. I would invite anyone at any time to drop by any First Community Bank and donate any amount of money, whether that's $1 or $50, to the BM Family Trust. And Kevin's wife hasn't used that money yet, but her goal is to use that money to help send her kids to college. I miss talking to Kevin. We all miss talking to Kevin. If you knew Kevin, he made you feel like you were his best friend. When in reality, he had 20 or 30 best friends across the state. I miss talking to him on a daily basis. Things will happen in the sports world, and I will still almost grab my phone so I can call him and talk to him. He took on my daughter Sophia during her basketball days. He called her his niece. He came to her AAU tournaments. He came to her high school games. He promoted her. He called schools trying to get her college offers. We all miss him greatly. He was a great friend. He was part of the family. And as everything we try to do now, these media days, which were his idea, we do them to honor and in memory of Kevin. So welcome to the Big Miller Arkansas High School Media Days. We're going to have one day of girls volleyball, followed by 3 days of high school football. We hope you enjoy them as much as we enjoy putting them on. Thank you.
right, to begin session 2 of Big Miller Fall Volleyball Media Days, we'll have the Pulaski Academy Lady Bruins. They are led by second-year head coach Jason Lambert. And Jason, I'll go ahead and give you the floor to introduce your team and say anything you want in your opening statement.
All right. I've got A.K. Swoboda, senior, on the right. Emmy Smith, senior, on the outside over there. And Emma Grace Kimball is my junior libero this year.
All right, we'll just kind of talk about your second year. Y'all had a great season last year. I know you got a lot coming back. So just talk about, that season. I know that was last year and you're focused on now, but some of the things that you're taking into 2025.
So basically we're bringing back the whole roster that we had. We're bringing up a few freshmen from last year that are going to add a lot to our offensive capabilities. I think we're going to have a really good season. We're going to be pretty offensively strong and scrappy on the defense side.
And for the girls, obviously, y'all are here as team leaders, and so just kind of talk about in his second year as head coach, just how the team overall has bought in along with you guys. As you can start from you, AK.
So I would say with him coming, we have definitely taken a shift in the program. Last year we made it past the first round of state, which is a big deal for the PA program. We haven't done that in many years, and we're just continuing to grow, and we really have bought into it because we can tell he cares and that we care, and we have a good shot at going far this year.
I feel like the main thing is that we just trust his coaching and we trust our training whenever we get on the court. So just take everything that we learn in practice and put it into the games, and it's working. So
I would say in practice he really pushes us to play like we're in a game, because if you play like you're in a game, you're going to be ready for anything that comes to you. So he's really just trying to push us in every aspect that we're playing.
And Coach, with so many coming back, I know you'd love to list your whole team, but just a few, others that aren't here today that we need to keep an eye on.
I'd say our entire roster looks really good this year. It's really hard to pinpoint anybody. We've got a lot of depth. We've got a lot of options. Gives me good options, good situation to be in.
And AK, I'll ask you. Your twin brother will be here, I guess, sometime this week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm pretty sure Coach Lucas sent that. But either way, PA will be here.
Yes.
Obviously, an extremely good athlete. He's going to have a lot of changes going from wide receiver to quarterback this year. But both of you being athletes, just talk about growing up and the competitiveness within the household.
I think it definitely started at, I would get pretty beat up, but I like to take the credit for getting him where he is, because if he didn't have a tackling dummy, then he wouldn't be as good as he is now. But he's a great athlete and a great person. So.
We hear, yes, no doubt, and we hear a lot about how females in particular, having an older brother or older brothers and getting beat up and playing with the older kids and their friends and stuff. How did that help your toughness develop as an athlete?
I think seeing him love a sport taught me how to love a sport. I truly care, and it's a lot more competitive. You want to win. You don't want to be the little sister who loses. So I think it's translated into how I play now.
And Coach, just with everybody that you do have coming back, we've touched a good bit today on just scheduling tough, on top of what you have in your conference. And so was there one or two or three teams, or just however many that you kind of went through this offseason and we're like, okay, we need to make sure and schedule them to get us some good looks?
I like to do as much as I can as far as scheduling tough competition. We've got a lot of 6A competition on our non-conference. We've got Bryant coming up as one of our first games. We've got Cabot later on, Valley View. We've got a lot of good teams that we're going to be playing against in our non-conference to keep us ready.
Okay. Where do you feel like your team has made the most strides this offseason? And you lost a win last year in the state tournament, which reached the finals. What do you feel like are the keys to making a longer stay in the state tournament this time around?
I think offensively, like I said, we're a little bit stronger than we were last year. We've got a few more options across the front row. Our connections have gotten better, and our defense has improved a little bit since then. And I think at this point, we've kind of seen what it's going to take to get us past the next row, and I think they're more mentally prepared to do it.
And then for the players, just kind of building off of that, what are some things, and I'll start with you again, AK, just from the right, what are some things that y'all have worked on individually just to kind of be a better teammate, I guess you could say, but also just individually for yourself skill-wise?
I think a lot of us have taken the time to do lessons, play club volleyball, just get good out of practice reps. And then also for to be a good teammate, we have very strong connections. We are all very close, and we go get breakfast and we go do team bonding, and I think that translates onto the court because you not only trust them as a teammate, but you trust them as a person, and that helps the connections on the court.
I'll say for me, playing club volleyball this year was definitely a big impact on my skill set and just improving throughout the game as a whole. Also, just like she said, our team bond is just amazing. And that just like translating onto the court just allows us to like build each other up and keep each other out of our heads super easily because, you know, we have somebody lifting us up right beside us the whole time.
I know for me, I've been working on different shots and stuff for offense and we're running new plays this year for offense, and so just creating new connections with my setters, but also our team, like they've said, our bond is so fun, and we just have such a fun energy about our team, so it just makes everything we do just such a good, like, team bond.
And Coach, just looking at the top of 4A now in your second year, and the two state finalists were in the same conference out of NEA, and Baptist Prep moved up to 4A. So just naming them off the top of my head there, what is your overall consensus kind of from what you've seen as Class 4A as a whole?
I feel like we're going to be a contender this year for sure. I think we're going to be real strong in 4A. A lot of the teams that were contenders last year have graduated a lot of their key players. And like I said, we've still got pretty much our whole roster. So I think we should be in the running of this year.
And talk about, too, just your overall consensus of the way the game has grown. We've been loving to kind of pick the brains of coaches and players alike today, just to see it, especially over the past, 5, 10 years or whatever it is. So just the way it's continuing to evolve as an exploding sport. And I also learned, thanks to Coach Stroud from Mount St. Mary, I didn't realize the Delta region, as they say in club ball, is the largest growing right now. So that's obviously exciting to hear.
Yes. I think as far as the growth in general, it keeps us on our toes. All of our coaches, especially coaches that have coached for a while, like some of the other coaches in the room, we've got to find ways to adapt and grow our game and our coaching philosophy to match the speed that's coming up through it all. And the club volleyball is a big side of that. Like when they're pushing them on the club side, everything's getting faster, higher level. We've got to match that at the high school level. So I think it just overall is bringing the game up.
No doubt. And what was going on? I forgot. I lost my train of thought of what I was about to say. The famous one that we ask all day. So for the girls, what is maybe that one game, if you do have some, want to make sure to give respect to the season opener, but what is maybe that one or two that you have circled that maybe got away from you last year that you know for sure you're going to see again this season?
For me, it's Baptist Prep. They are a very solid school, and they have a great program. And last year, they got us, and so I'm counting down the days. I think that's our senior night, too, so pretty excited about that game.
I would say the same thing, probably Baptist Prep, just because there was just such like not even like a rivalry, but the energy was so high during that game. And obviously, the game that we lost in state, I don't know if we're going to match up with Win again, but I would love to get our kid back.
I would also say Win definitely got away from us. I mean, they kind of reverse swept us, and that kind of just took us by surprise. And I think every single time we're back together, we're all just kind of like, oh, if we would have just pushed ourselves a little harder. But I think we're ready this season. Like Emma said, I don't know if we're going to match up with them, but if we do, we're ready.
Were there any individual? We've talked about, and I know we keep harping on the win game, but there's plenty. Anytime your season ends, and I experienced this as a player too. Like anytime your season ends, you do take some experiences from that exact game, match, whatever. So was there anything maybe from that particular one that y'all each took out of?
I'd say for me it was like the urgency. Like whenever we started to lose or get down, I feel like there wasn't enough urgency for us to be like, all right, this is our set. We were like, all right, we have 2 sets on them. We can let one go. Oh, okay, we'll let a second one go. We'll just get this last 5th set. And then there was just no, fire under us, I guess.
I agree. We kind of got complacent, especially when it came to offense. They did have a couple of big blocks, and for some reason that made us a little timid. And I think we've learned this year, even if there are big blocks, just come in swinging, because if you do, eventually it'll come in your benefit. Yeah.
I would say switching. I think now we have a lot more of a diverse offense. We're learning plays and learning all this. We didn't switch much up as like on the court, and so I think this year we've learned that like in order to beat harder teams, we need to try new things and be aggressive, like Emmy said. So I think that was a big learning point for us as a team.
So as everybody in this room knows, we live in a social media age, and one thing that I have noticed as a sports writer is that there's plenty of schools, regardless of the sport, that do great things, but a lot of times we don't really know about them because they don't get it out on social media. It's not in the papers or whatever. PA does as great of a job as any school that I have seen with whether it's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, X, I guess is Twitter's name now. Like, how has that helped your program too? Just kind of get the message out there for everybody else.
I think generally we have a pretty good fan base that comes in for the games. They do a really good job promoting everything we're doing, even after games, as far as stats, results. They do a really good job with all that.
All right. Well, we appreciate y'all coming over. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we got the Pea Ridge Lady Blackhawks. They're led by first-year head coach Dave Carter. Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you. You can introduce who you brought with you and give your opening statement.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank y'all for hosting today. This is a wonderful thing. We really appreciate y'all taking the time to promote female sports, in particular this great sport of volleyball. I have 4 seniors with me today. I have Bailey Walker, outside hitter DS, Jazzy Dixon, who is one of our middles and is on her way to play basketball at the next level. Zoe Olson, senior, outside hitter DS, committed right now to play for CBC. And then we have Allie Easterling, DS and Libero. My first year, I'm still learning these ladies and all 19 of the others. Right now, we're spending a lot of time getting to know each other and learning the game. So we've got a long way to go, but we've actually come a long way in just a very short period of time. And I'm excited for this year. I really am.
Well, you sent the questionnaire in a few weeks ago. You talked about, you said the buy-in is going to be very critical because these players are on their fourth coach in 5 years. In the short time you've been there, how would you describe the buy-in from the players given the lack of stability in recent years?
Well, the most interesting thing was players will open up when they feel safe. And within about the first week and a half, Jazzy was at a basketball camp. These other three ladies and others took the time to kind of corner me and share with me the history of the school and their concerns, things that they were looking forward to. They just really began to open up, which to me was the first sign that they felt comfortable. And since then, my message has been, let's have fun. That struggle is real and struggle is good. There is value in the struggle. There is value in mistake. Learn from the mistake and move on. And I think they have bought into that pretty quickly, as evidenced by 2 days at camp last week. They really struggled in ways and smiled a lot and got sore, sweat a lot, and learned well together. Y'all got anything to add to that?
I agree.
You agree? Yeah.
I think our team is growing, and I feel like with our old coach, we weren't more of together as a team. We were all like separate. So she had a varsity team and a JV team. Well, now with Coach Carter, he says you play anywhere. So we're all just like more together, and we're learning how to play all together instead of just separate.
I really like what Bailey said. I feel like the unity of the team has grown tremendously, and I think that we're really learning how to build the mental side of the game and how to be comfortable with making mistakes and to learn that that's part of the game, like it's a game of mistakes. And I just think we've grown a little community together with the things that we've all gone through. And so I think we're just bonded by just our past seasons together.
Allie, got anything? Okay.
I wanted to ask too, with you think about just how, and I've asked a few other coaches about this, how success in other sports, breeds other, and you look at the softball team, for instance, you covered Josh Reynolds, a great friend of mine, and that was a team, I guess they made it to 4 state finals in 5 years, and they finally got the gold trophy this year. So just looking at their run that they've had for the past few years, how do you kind of look at that at your team and say, hey, see what they're doing in the spring, we can really make some noise in the fall?
Multiple times so far this year, we have pointed to the success of softball. In fact, our senior setter, Zaylee Warden, who was on that team, second baseman, she brings that winning mentality, that competitive mentality, that refusal to accept anything less than let's do what we got to do to win. We repeatedly point to, hey, they've developed that over time. We are just beginning to take what is here to cultivate that sort of mentality and culture to fight forward. They understand, they've seen it firsthand, they've seen it close, and so they believe it. And because of that, this is a very hungry group. It's an eager group. They bombard me daily with this question and that question. What are we going to do here? And it's fantastic because they want to get there. They've seen it. So they've tasted a little bit of it, and they want it for themselves. That's, in some ways, makes what I'm trying to do a little easier. It's not easy, but I don't have to come in and try to inspire and motivate. It's there. I just got to feed it, fuel it, light that fire.
Despite whatever issues you had last year, you got to the regional tournament, lost to Pottsville in the first round. You win the first round match, you move on to the state tournament. What do you feel like your team has to do to make that extra step this time around?
I think from a coaching standpoint, I want them to speak to that because, of course, they were there. I was at a different gym that time. I may be wrong in this, but I think it was Coach Bobby Knight that says the team has to first learn how to not lose before they can learn how to win. And that was one of the things that I've seen so far is we're still, in a way, learning how to not lose. However, at camp last week, I noticed that there was a couple of particular games where we were playing, and camp scores are different. Well, I know how that works, but it's still, when you look at the scoreboard, and there's a difference between it being the other team has 22 and you have 10, and that same team in camp this year has 22 and you have 20. A team that knows how to not lose doesn't fold. I didn't see them fold in camp. That to me is encouraging. So when we get to the postseason this year, that mentality of, okay, we have the opportunity to go grab our success as opposed to, what are we doing here? We don't earn this. Now, I think they're well on their way of looking at the scoreboard and saying, let's finish this, let's complete. Ladies, your thoughts?
I think last year during our conference tournament, our team worked really hard because we really wanted to make it through because the previous year we didn't make it far at all. And so I think we had kind of like that fire under us that Coach was talking about. And we ended up playing Prairie Grove and Berryville. And like I said, we worked really hard for those wins and split those games pretty close. But when we got to our regional tournament, I think we got a little comfortable and just kind of lost some of that fire and just kind of expected certain things to go our way and just lost our confidence in ourselves once we started to lose by 2 to 3 points. And so I think if we can keep our confidence up and be okay with 2 to 3 to 4 point gaps and understand that you can come back from that, I think that's going to be really important for us during season and then even into our postseason.
I would say that it was our mental game. Last year, Coach Carter's done a wonderful job of building that back up just from previous seasons. And I just think that really hurt us last year. I think we could have gotten a lot farther if we had just not practiced just our actual physical practices, but training our brain to deal with those losses and find different multiple ways to overcome those.
I think last year we all wanted it so bad, but as a coaching, we just as our coach wasn't really made us want to go farther or whatever. I think that our coach this year has really shown us how we can play as a team and we can trust each other and just want to succeed more. But yeah.
So at camp, we were playing a game, and I think it was Friday. We were down by, I think 12, and some of us had noticed the score, and we looked at it, and we were like, okay, the game's not over. And then we all, got together, and we were like, okay, we can do this. We can get back up. And we ended up losing by, 3 points. It wasn't bad. We got up, and we played our game and got those points back.
Wanted to ask a kind of a combined question, Coach, just about how the game has grown through your eyes, but you said your previous stop was at Bauxite. We've got 2 phenomenal Saline County coaches in the room right now, and then you look at Harmony Grove, Benton that was here earlier. I think they won 20 games last year, got a lot coming back, have a lot of expectations. So just being around that Saline County atmosphere and the volleyball success that comes with it, just talk about that a little.
Yeah, the 2 coaches in the room right now, both are friends of mine, and spent a sideline with one of them, which was a true joy. And I take that, and when I was at Bauxite, of course, the first question was, can I do this? You know, that imposter syndrome that everybody faces with a new task. And then after a little while, you're going, yeah, I think I can do this. And then we did well. I bring that here with, yeah, I think we can do this. I believe and quickly I realized, yeah, the ingredients are here. I've just got to figure out how to put it all together. But watching this, talking to, the thing about coaches in volleyball, I don't know how it is in other sports. Swim, I coached a little bit of swim, which was probably not my best day. But anytime I needed an answer, a creativity, hey, I'm dealing with this, I would ask, and they're like, hey, try this, try this. They have not been worried at all about, hey, I don't want to give him what he needs because they may come beat me. They're like, no, if I give him something that can help his team, we might play them and they might make us better. And that's a wonderful thing within the volleyball community is a real spirit of helpfulness and overall growth, because we know this is an incredibly fast-growing sport. It is a fun sport. And with the second touch double going away in rules this year, we saw in the NCAA, it sped it up a little bit, cleaned it up. I'm looking forward to that in high school this year. It really takes a lot of pressure off. So the game is changing, but they've mentioned multiple times, the thing about sport that is so good is watching these young ladies grow into young women with more capable minds to face the world. That's really where this gets good, and volleyball is a great avenue to do that, to teach that.
You mentioned it. Explain the second touch rule.
Well, I think we all probably try to understand it a little bit. They can still call it double, but the second touch is this. When a player would go up for a set, if her hands were not perfect, they could call a double, and it's a judgment call by the referee. So the officials in one game may be calling double, 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 and the same setter doing the same thing in the next game never get called. So there was a lack of consistency. There was frustration. Players would look at me and go, what do I do? Bump it. That's the only thing I would know to do is tell them they can't call that. So now they've taken that away. And the reality is if you've got a set that is less than perfect, it really only hurts you. It doesn't stop the game. It lets the girls play the game. So at first, I was a purist and was like, no way. But of course, Nebraska coach John Cook, when he got on board, I was like, well, maybe I'm wrong. And it was a good change. I think it's a good change. Now, they can still call double on third touch. Or if it's the second touch goes over the net, and that's okay. That needs to be clean.
I like how you mentioned Nebraska, because I think it was Nebraska, 2 years ago, they had that game in the football stadium that had like 80, 90,000 people.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the girls, probably just about everybody in the room has seen that. Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
So I want to get the girls aspect of it, to know that there's that much interest where you can fill up a football stadium like that in this game. What was that like for y'all to see?
I think volleyball, especially women's volleyball and especially women's sports, like I feel like they don't get a lot of recognition like male sports do. And like football, like male's football, like everyone watches it. And I don't feel like enough people watch women's sport and see how hard they can actually play and how like competitive they can be on a male's level.
I think it was really cool because just to show me how much people like to watch volleyball, and just I think it shows us like our fans that come, like, and if we get a big stadium, it's like what shows us to play harder and like in a bigger atmosphere or whatever. But I think it was really cool.
I think it's really encouraging to see, that many people want to see women do something that they excel at and that they enjoy. And I think just watching women's college sports in general at any level, and of course Nebraska's, they're D1 and they have all these fans that get to go to those games and things like that. But I also think it's encouraging to see these smaller, D2, D3 NAIA schools have people come and be involved in their games. And I think there's kind of a stigma around, going to play a sport in college, but then only getting to play at like an NAIA level or a D3. I think some people are like, they kind of look at that and look down upon it when you have all these players going and playing at D1 levels. And I think for me, especially as an athlete that's going to go play at the NAIA level, it's encouraging to see people care and say, well, you're still playing in college. And for me, that really lifts my spirits and says, hey, I worked really hard for this, and now it's my time to finish my senior year and then go work for 4 more years.
Whenever I watched the game, gonna be honest, I didn't realize that volleyball was like that big of a deal. And so just getting to see that like people care enough to fill up a whole football field was just really encouraging to me, because I was like, oh, like we have this community of people that all love this one sport, and like, I don't know, they all come together to support these girls and what they're doing, and it was just really awesome to see.
All right. Really appreciate y'all coming down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next we got the Bryant Lady Hornets. They are led by head coach Leanne Back. And Coach, I will go ahead and toss it over to you. You can announce who you brought or introduce who you brought with you and give your opening statement.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys for doing this for us and shining a light on volleyball. Those of us who have been in the game for a long time have watched it grow. It is the fastest growing sport in the nation, and thank you for inviting us. Right here on my right is a junior DS, Caitlin Farrell. Right here on my left is senior right side hitter, Chandley Morrow. And then right there on the outside is our junior middle blocker, Taylor Lease. These girls have been working hard all summer, and we're just glad to be out of the gym for a few minutes.
Talk about just a little this summer, what camps have looked like, kind of just getting ready for this season. Which ones have y'all attended and all those good things?
Well, most of these girls finished their club season during dead weeks and then jumped straight in. Our first 2 days of season ended up being the same thing that we start every year, and we had John Newberry from UCA come in and do a satellite camp with us. So we're talking 6 hours a day in the gym for the very first 2 days back. Working hard, practice every day. 4 days last week, we were at 501 team camp. We go to Greenbrier this week. We go to Benton next week. And then hopefully school will start and we can slow down a little bit.
In the questionnaire you sent back, you talked about how your team felt disappointed by the way last season finished. You lost to Conway for a chance to win the conference title. Then you lost to Bentonville in the state tournament. What have your players learned from that, and what's the message to try and make sure this season ends on a happier note?
Well, we lost a lot of experienced players this past year. We actually lost 3 4-year starters. And so a lot of girls have had to step into some new roles. But it's been very fun to watch them just step in and not even think twice about it. It's been okay, they did this, let's do better. We handed Conway their first conference loss in, 5 years or so, in 5 sets at our place. And then I think we were maybe slightly a little overconfident when we went in there and we lost to them in 5 there. To truly figure out what happened at the state tournament, I'm still trying to figure that one out. We went in with a bye in the first round, and I'm not really for sure if it was overwhelmed, but it was not our greatest effort. I will tell you that after the fact, all team meetings, all players were disappointed in themselves, and it was something that no one in the Bryant volleyball program got over very fast. So we're hoping that this year will be a finish year for us.
For the players, just talking about, how those things, Coach was talking about how you had to have players step up and there was disappointment at the end. What were some things that each one of you maybe took from that individually and are taking into the next season?
Personally, from this past season, I had to switch positions. And so really for me, this past offseason, I've been really working on every position. I'm mainly a DS, but I've also had to play as a setter. I've also had to play outside. Really, I've learned to play every aspect of the game. So really, we can step it up from every part.
For me, nobody can ever replace the girls that we had last year, like Reese, Emerson, Gracie. Those girls truly taught me how to be a better person, a better teammate, to be a leader. Starting my sophomore year, I had no confidence. It took me forever to even gain a little bit, and those girls just truly taught me the game of volleyball and taught me how to be a person. Just without them, I wouldn't be here. And so just trying to fill their shoes, it's been really hard. But as a team, we've grown together, especially these past few weeks doing team camps. We've grown together and just learned to become as one.
Yeah, going off of that, how we've learned chemistry. Chemistry is such a big part of the sport of volleyball. And we've also learned that working hard is and 100% all the time type of thing. You can't just work hard and then 20 minutes later just be done. But hard work goes a long way.
I know she's not here, but talk about Brianna Williamson, your libero, because she's one of those players who it seems like when there's a ball, when the ball's in the air, she tracks it down.
She does, unfortunately. She is actually at a college prospect camp today, or otherwise she would be sitting right over there in that chair. She is one of those players that every coach wants, but you have to teach her to be that player. She was can I underestimate it by saying she was a little gung-ho when she was a ninth grader, and we had to reel her in. As she's matured, she's only gotten better. We're really excited to have her back on the court again. She has become a leader. She has become a more controlled and mature player. I expect a few large number dig games out of her again this season.
Coach Carter brought up a really good point with Pea Ridge in the last group about how, just the volleyball coaches have really just done a good job really throughout the state of helping each other out. And while you don't want to give away game plans or anything like that, just talk about how the help from maybe the more experienced ones that have been through it a little bit more than others have really helped grow the game in turn by just kind of sharing ideas with each other.
So I've been around this game for a long time, probably longer than some of these gentlemen in this room have been alive. I've done a lot of work with AAA of getting speakers. There's another coach sitting here in this room that we've gone back almost 30 years. When I started coaching, she was coaching at SAU and would come in and give spring clinics to the school where I was. We've put a lot of time and effort in to grow the game. And although our main goal is for us to win, I don't think there's many coaches out there that wouldn't be willing to give somebody else some information to help them win as well. Because these girls, they're amazing. They have opportunities I never had when I was playing. So it's trying to keep growing the game and giving them more opportunities. You were back there with me as well.
That's right. Okay. 6A, Fayetteville dominated first part of this decade, winning 4 straight titles. Last year was Conway. Some of the questionnaires I get back, it seems like this is a year where 6A might be wide open. Some coaches have said it's going to come down to which schools can identify their weaknesses and get things fixed in a timely manner. Do you agree with that?
Very much so.
Yeah.
6A is the toughest classification from top to bottom. Every night, you don't get a night off. Inside of our conference, there are some teams that are coming out of nowhere this year that are really stepping up, that have our attention. The coaching keeps getting better and the players keep getting better, and I think that the other teams keep driving our team to get better, and we just keep pushing each other to get better every game.
And speaking of games for the players, is there that one, you knew it was coming, is there that one or two that just you felt like maybe slipped away from you? I know we talked about was it 2 5-set matches that y'all had with Conway?
2-5 with Conway.
You love I mean, I know that you always hate to see a loser on that end, but just those high impact games like that. But just as far as the season overall, was there maybe that one that just kind of got away from you that you have circled?
Definitely for me, it's obviously non-conference. It's Benton. That rivalry goes way back to since I was a kid. Just every year, I know since they started doing Bryant versus Benton for volleyball especially, and it being my senior year and it being in the arena and the big gym, I'm just really excited for that. And definitely conference would be Conway. We have big shoes to fill, and with us beating their winning streak last year, I just want to continue that and ring on.
Yeah, for non-conference, me too, Ben. It's just not even like, I mean, obviously playing is fun, but the atmosphere and the whole week leading up to that is just so exciting, and energy filled, and I'm really excited to play Conway again this year, and Cabot's going to be really good, so I'm excited to play them as well.
I think my favorite is always going to be Benton. Battle of the B-Towns last year, we did fall short, and we do have big shoes to fill, but I think we do have a really good chance of coming back and getting our give back this year. And then in conference, I'm really looking forward to Conway. We did lose our conference championship to them this past year, and beating them and making them lose that streak, I think we have, we want to win that conference championship this year.
Your daughter Maddie's taking the North Little Rock job. You'll see him twice in conference season. What is that gonna feel for you personally and professionally? What's that gonna feel like those 2 times you play each other?
Well, I was hoping that I would finish my coaching career without ever having to face her. For the past couple years, we've played a benefit match against each other. As any parent, you want to see her be successful. I don't want to see her be successful against us, but that's just me. I was also the mean mom that didn't let her win every time we played a board game or cards when she was a kid. She is going to do a great job over at North Little Rock. I'm so excited for her. I'm so excited for them. We met up with them during team camp this past week, and watching the excitement of them play, just such a tremendous culture shift from what they had for the past few years. It was really fun to watch.
All righty. We appreciate y'all coming over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He'll catch it.
All right, up next we got the Morrilton Lady Devil Dogs. They are led by third-year head coach Candace Lawless. And Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you. You can introduce who you brought with you and give your opening statement.
Hey, thank you. First, thank you guys for doing this. I think it's amazing that we're finally bringing some attention to high school volleyball. I fully believe that our athletes are some of the hardest working athletes in the state, and I'm so excited to bring this attention. So to my right, starting over here, is my junior setter, Kendall Roach, junior outside hitter, Lily Harbin, senior outside hitter, Tessa Bratton, and sophomore setter, Hannah Halbrook. All four of these girls are returning starters. Hannah started last year as a freshman. Lily started last year, 2 years ago as a freshman, was moved up, all-state player, and then some all-conference players. We're looking forward to this season. We've gone, so like I said, this is my third season. My first year there, we were 4-11. Last year, we finished 9-5, so we went from being last in the next to last in the conference to finishing third. And we're just plugging along and keep going. So we're just hoping that we can keep building on what we have. We had team camp last week in Missouri. I was pleasantly surprised with varsity and how we stepped up, and it turned out. JV also was working hard, but like I said, we're just trying to get 1% better every day. That's our motto.
And to the players, Coach just talked about going from last place to third. So, I mean, that's quite a big jump. And just what does that do for your confidence, especially just to finish with a winning record, make the regional tournament, all those things, taking into 2025? We'll start from the rack.
Okay. It definitely feels good because, like, we work really hard for everything that we do, and we come in every day expecting, like, to get better. And I think the camaraderie of, like, the team, it helps us, like, be in an environment, like, where it's okay to be better and it's fun to get better.
I feel like, you know, it just made us, like, learn that, like, we can do more than, like, what we thought. And just, like, yeah, it's fun.
I think from my sophomore year to, like, now, I've surrounded myself, I've had better players come up, and some people might find it as like a competition for younger players to come up and play with you, but I've had fun because it's more like a friendly competition. We are all pushing each other to get better, and our record's getting better, and we're having fun together, and it's just like a fun team environment.
I think it shows how much we can change and how much we can get better just between 1 year. I think if you keep improving that much every single year, I mean, your competition is going to become so good, you're going to become unbeatable, and that's just what you have to work towards, is getting better every single year, because every year you can get better, every day you can get better, every practice you can get better, and that's what we strive for.
Yeah, you have 5 returning starters here. It sounds your theme is obviously getting better. What do you see as far as what type of potential do you feel like this team has? How good can this be? Can it be before it's all said and done?
Well, we're going for first in conference. That's our goal. And I feel like if we get out of our own way, like that's been the biggest issue, has been the mentality of knowing that they can do it. They have the skill. We're learning that every day. So now we got to get it through the mental block of thinking that they're not good enough. That's been kind of the biggest issue over the last 3 years, getting them to believe in themselves and each other. And I think we are there, and they're getting excited when they see the things that we're doing and how we're beating. Last week we had a really good week in Missouri, beating teams that last year we would have lost to, just because of the mental aspect of it. So I think as long as we keep doing that, and I'm just so proud of the girls and the responses already. I was curious to hear what they were going to say. You know, I say this all the time, cheesy coaching cliche, you're only as good as your weakest link. So we got to keep lifting each other and keep pushing each other and focus on that camaraderie and trusting the people on the court with you.
I've loved hearing the responses today when we've asked just about the growth of the game from each coach's point of view. You know, there's some that have been around for a long time, some that are early in their career still. So just from your perspective as both a player and now through the coaching ranks, just talk about how the game has grown from your eyes.
It's amazing. The fact that we can watch it on ESPN, you know, it's amazing. Nebraska did quite a lot for this game. I heard somebody say earlier today, you know, for club ball, you know, we are the fastest growing region, our Delta region. And then we had our first, you know, we've restarted the Arkansas State Coaches Committee for volleyball. And at our first meeting in the spring, you know, they talked about how volleyball has more players We're second behind baseball or basketball. I think that was right. We have more players than any other sport, and it keeps growing. So to see that, I played in the 90s. I'm kind of midway through my career. So I played in the 90s, and to see where it's come from since then, the speed of the game, the growth of the game, and to know that people are seeing it and loving a sport that I've loved my whole life, it's amazing.
You feel like you've really overcome kind of the mental hurdle that you were just talking about, and also finishing third in conference. Is there any other, and that's another point that we've touched on, is scheduling tough in the non-conference play to get prepared for conference in the postseason. Was there any schools in particular that you were kind of like looking to schedule and be like, okay, we need to get our best look at this team?
Yes, we scheduled Russellville. What are they, 5A? We're a 4A school, a small 4A, so getting Russellville on the schedule. We've got Quitman, who's smaller than us, and Dover, who's smaller, but they are well coached. Maumelle Charter, well coached. I schedule them because I know the coaches and I know how they coach their team, and it'll be good for us to see how we can do against them. And then going into conference, our biggest rival is going to be Pottsville. And we kind of have a mental block against them in the past, but I feel like this is the year that we can do it, and the kids are believing in themselves. So that's the big part.
And for the players, that's what I was going to ask you too. Just listening to everything that Coach has said, just about your development as a team and as players, what are some things that you all worked on individually just throughout the off season?
So we always come into practice and we write on a board like our goals for the practice. So I think writing individual goals as well as like coming up with like team goals helps us to like have a set focus for what practice is going to be like. So we're not coming in just going through the motion. We're coming in like trying to accomplish something, trying to get something done and get better. And I think it helps us push more because, you're never going to be perfect, but you can get close to it. So that's what we push for.
I feel like it's definitely the environment of the team. Like, we're always there for each other no matter what. So, like, when someone's head, like, keeps dropping on the court, like, someone's always there behind them to lift it up. And it's just, like, like, we're more focused, like, rather than being better than each other, we're more focused on being better than other teams because, like, we really want to win at this point.
As a senior, I've been able to grow with these girls for a few years now, and I've begun to trust them and, like, trust myself more because my sophomore year, as y'all heard, our record was not very good at all. But now that I know, like, the progress I've seen over the years is so good. Like, this team is going to be so good, I think, and I have a lot of hope in them. And along with the goals that Kendall talked about, aside from the board every day, we have an overall goal for the year written in our locker, so we see it every day. And I think that just helps to remind you, like, what you're there for and that you have something to go towards instead of just going through the motions, like Kendall said, and just doing this and doing that and being selfish. You can focus on your goal, and your other teammates' goals you can see as well, and you can push them to be their best.
I think, like Lily said, the environment is what we've really been working for. And my dad's always said the greatest team is the team that cares more for the people on the court, the other people on the court, than just yourself. Because when you play for the other girls, when you're playing for them and not for yourself or just for the idea of winning, that's when you really play your best because you have a common goal. And, like, our goals are very important to us because it's very important to focus on making yourself better. But overall, it's always going to be about the team. And like Coach said, your team's only as strong as their weakest link. So you win as a team and you lose as a team. It's never just one person.
I'm so proud right now. Like, it makes.
What are your thoughts when you look at Class 4A? Brooklyn's 3-time champion, got a new coach.
Yeah.
Wynn's got runner-ups, got a new coach. Baptist Prep moved up last year, got knocked out in the semifinals. What are your thoughts when you look at 4A across the board?
I mean, 4A is tough across the board. You didn't even mention, some of the Western Arkansas schools, and it is tough. But I feel like, Brooklyn graduated a big senior group. I don't know what is coming in after them, so that's always a little bit different. I'm not sure who all Wynn graduated. I know Baptist Prep graduated a big group, but those are all very good coaches that are there now. So I don't count them out. I hope that we can do what we need to in our conference to set us up to go. We got beat in the first round of regional last year for the first year to have the regional tournament, and I feel like we are where we need to be to push through that. Now, the Wynns, the Brooklyns, they play a faster offense than we do right now, And the biggest part is reminding the girls that we're not trying to keep pace with the other team. We need to do what we do and what we do well, and then the rest of it will come.
All right, last question. Y'all knew it was coming. I think they may have been mentioned already, but is there that one game that y'all are, whether conference, non-conference, that you're circling a little bit more than maybe others?
I would say definitely Pottsville. We did have a mental block, like Coach Wallace said, whenever it came to Pottsville. I think we just tried to do too much instead of like playing our game, settling down. Like we started off really well, and then the more tired we got, the more it kind of slowed down, and we tried to, like she said, keep up with the other team's offense instead of like doing our own thing. So I'm really excited to see how we stack up against Pottsville this year.
Yeah, definitely Pottsville. I feel like our whole team environment has just like improved. Like, yeah, it's better.
Definitely Pottsville. I feel like we've always fallen short because of pressure that we put on ourselves to beat them, and we like just kind of like psych ourselves out of like what we can do, and we try to be perfect, and in trying to be perfect we put that unneeded pressure, and we just don't amount to it all the time. And I think that this year we're playing for each other more than ever, and we're trying to lift each other up and make each other better, so that will just prepare us for that game.
Well, of course, Pottsville. I mean, they've been longtime rivals in Morrilton. You always hear Pottsville and Morrilton talking about each other. It's always been a rival, not just in volleyball, in every sport.
It is.
But for me personally, I sort of think Ozark. Ozark's who I want to go against, because we had a lead there. We were going well against them, and we sort of lost it. And that game really got to me, and I personally want to go against them again and get some redemption.
All right. Well, we appreciate y'all coming down. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
There you go. Good answer.
All right. Up next, we've got the Benton Lady Panthers, led by head coach Michelle Shupik. And, Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you. You can introduce your team and to give your opening statement.
Okay. Michelle Schuper, I want to thank y'all for the community bank for having us here. Big Miller for setting this up. Wish he was still here with us. I'm glad that he has or had a love for sports. And then also I'd like to thank y'all for inviting volleyball this year. Where were you last year? We were ready. All right, so we're glad to be here this year. I'm gonna have my ladies introduce themselves, let them have a little PR on their own.
My name is Isabel Gonzalez. I'm a junior, and I'm a DS, outside hitter, and a setter.
I'm Eleanor Williams. I'm a middle and a right side, and I'm a senior.
My name is Sahara Stamps. I'm a senior, and I'm a middle blocker.
I'm Abby Albaugh. I'm a senior, and I'm a setter.
So you see that we've got players that do multiple things, and the other 21 do multiple things. We're not just a outside hitter or a middle blocker at Benton. We're volleyball players. And so anytime something happens, we're able to fill somebody in and then still keep hammering at you.
We've touched on a good bit, especially the programs, the schools programs that have had, particularly in the girls' side, just a lot of success. You look at, obviously, your program. Coach Chumley's he's in the state tournament every single year. Obviously, Coach Cox has done phenomenal things with the softball program. So and obviously, she's, coached with you some. And how has that all fed off of one another, just with all the success in girls' athletics?
What you said, we feed off each other. We enjoy being around each other on the court or off the court. We throw ideas off of each other. Try to share athletes, so you've got that type of kid playing for every sport. We expect to win at Benton, especially in girls' athletics. And by doing that, when you've got other Hall of Fame coaches, Hall of Fame players from other sports sitting in the stands, you've got banners up of Gatorade Players of the Year. It makes a difference. These young ladies know how to push through. These young ladies know how to practice hard, and they know how to push each other. And one of the main things is they take coaching really well. They don't back away from it. They are glad to be coached, and they get better from it. And they push each other in the gym. Iron sharpens iron.
You have 7 seniors replaced, including great players like Isabel Loggeman and Parker Stearns. How is the process coming along as far as trying to fill the shoes of that great senior class? Because I know in the questionnaire you said you have players who are talented, but they haven't had a lot of experience on the floor.
Actually, we're replacing 9 players. I've never had to replace 9 players in 40 years, so this is all new to me also. This group in November and December, my hair wasn't spiky because there wasn't much hair there. All right? I was pulling it out. Something happened over Christmas. They tend to gel. They started understanding the drills Coach White and I wanted them to run. They started understanding each other. And since January, we have been going at it, both as individuals and as a team. We had a little team camp last week. We tend to separate our team, trying to make them even. We had 2 varsity teams. So as we're playing, we were able to see where we could make our team stronger once we put more people together and had more subs. We also ended up playing each other, of course. You know how that goes at a team camp. You play whoever your record is. We had one team come from behind. It was 19-24, and that team came back and won that set 27-25. And then later in the week, on Thursday night, we had a lock-in. And we stayed in the gym till 12 o'clock, a variety of different games, a variety of different things going on. And this group did the best I've ever had in a lock-in. They stayed locked in with each other in the lock-in. They were interacting with each other. They were playing the games we had set up for them. They weren't getting in little cliques. They did what you want a team to do. So we're coming back at everybody in 5A. I hope they're ready for us.
That is a pretty crazy stat that in 4 decades, this is the first time you've had to replace your entire core. So obviously, as a coach, that's even in that time frame, that's something that you had to learn from as well.
Don't worry, I'm nervous, but they're stepping up.
Well, what was some of the things that you've learned from that just throughout the offseason, having to do that for the first time?
Patience. Have patience with myself. Have patience with them. Give them time to grow. Give them time to grow as an individual, and then give them time to grow with each other.
And for the players, just piggybacking off a coach, what were some things that individuals, start from the right, individually y'all have worked on throughout the offseason?
I believe chemistry is one of them, because to play together, it's always like relying on teamwork and stuff. And we've worked on it a lot this season. And since last season, we ended, and now we're just moving forward from there.
For me personally, I know a lot of us have been put in different positions than we've been used to playing. Last year I was put in a bunch of different ones, and just allowing for each girl to be able to play a different position opens our horizon for different lineups and different ways to play one another. And I think that was something really good that came out of getting new girls.
I think personally being a leader, since we lost all of our seniors, a lot of our players, I think one of us had to really step up, and I feel like as a senior, I feel like we kind of had to step up, so I think just being a leader.
I think more so in our defensive part, especially for me, having to learn new defensive ways, because for players, you know, sometimes club and school mix in a little bit, and I feel like especially for blocking and defensive drills that we've done have really helped us, because that was kind of what I think hurt us in the semifinals last year. So that's something that we've definitely been rebuilding and working on. So
You always play a tough schedule. With all the new faces that you have this year, what are you expecting to see, especially in those first few weeks of the season?
I expect us to put our hat on and go compete and hopefully win them all. We played Conway right off the bat. We played Greenbrier right off the bat. Conway was state champion last year. We beat them twice, and they were the state champions. Iron sharpens iron. Greenbrier came back and beat us in the semifinals last year. Their outside hitter had 60 kills in 5 sets. When she left the gym, her right arm was this long and her left arm was this long. But they took their hat off and they took it to us. Am I still a little blistered about it? You bet. I sure am. So I'm looking forward to playing them right off the bat. We play Cabot. We've got Brooklyn again, and then we go to a Conway tournament that is loaded. And it doesn't matter who you play, and it doesn't matter which bracket you end up in. You better come to play in that tournament. Then you add, in our conference, we've got Lakeside. That's always a huge game, big rivalry, and I'll let them talk about anything that they like to play with and stuff. One thing I noticed last week at the 501 volleyball camp was volleyball's gotten better, and we all know that and everything in the state of Arkansas. It doesn't matter if you've been here for 40 years or if you've been here for 10 years or whatever. But the back row play this year at the 501 camp, and we had a lot of different classifications there. The back row play, the defensive play of those teams was at a different level, a much higher level. And so it kept everybody going with offense because our defense was so good. So I expect that the state, as the season goes on, I only expect our people's defense to get even better, which will transfer to better offense across the state.
And touching on that, just mentioning that particular part right there, I've asked every coach today how the game has grown through their eyes, and I've been really thrilled to ask you this as someone who's given the game so much to multiple levels. Just how phenomenal is it to see the growth that we're continuously having?
I'm glad to see Arkansas catch up. Been several different places, seen different levels of volleyball and stuff. I'm glad to see Arkansas catching up. But if you look at the coaches across the state, as Dave Carter was talking about, we're all helping each other constantly. Whether you're new, whether you're old, whether you don't know what you're doing, or whether you've won multiple state championships, we're all helping each other. So volleyball will continue to grow, become a faster paced game, and add more pop for the people that come to watch it in a gym.
And for the players, you've got the B-Town Showdown. You've got a very brutal schedule. Talked about the tough conference. Are there any of those matches that you just have circled maybe 1 or 2 extra times?
I would say Greenbrier. I think we underestimated them in the game. And they have a good team, and they did have one, and this year they will too. So just coming back from that.
Yeah, I think mine's Bryant. That's always a really fun game. The atmosphere is really high no matter where we have it. And last year went to 5, and that was probably one of my favorite games we played last year. It was just such an amazing atmosphere.
I would definitely say Greenbrier. I think losing in the semifinals, we really want to come back. So, yeah.
I kind of think, obviously, Bryant, the rivalry's been there for all these years, but also Conway. I feel like that's an exciting game that we get to play because it's such a hard competitor, and I feel like we really play our best volleyball when we're playing, hard teams. So, yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you all for coming over. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
All right, up next we got the defending 6A state champion, Conway Lady Wampus Cats, led by head coach Laura Crow. Coach, I'll go ahead and pass it over to you to give your opening statement, introduce who you brought.
Okay, thanks so much for having us. This is an awesome opportunity. I love that you guys are giving some PR to volleyball. I know for several years, it's been a long time that I've been in the coaching field. A lot of times our girls feel a little overlooked in the fall, and when you guys called, I was just like, this is such an awesome opportunity for our girls and all the girls in the state. And I saw the schedule that came out yesterday with all the kiddos and the teams that you guys are interviewing. So I think it's wonderful to give these girls some publicity and honor and recognize them. So thank you very much for that. We've been practicing, have a good bunch of girls this year. I was looking over our roster, kind of going through positions, looking at some different things. Our first team camp is coming up Friday. And so looking for some different things, but I brought in 2 of our seniors today. I have Olivia Frazier here, who will be one of our setters this year, and Sylvia King, who is one of our middle blockers this year. And so super proud of them. and glad that they could come speak today. But we're looking forward to trying to implement what we've been working in practice on this week, this Friday when we go to Lakeside team camp. So looking forward to that.
And obviously last year was last year, you've moved on, but I mean, we'd be remiss to not just get your thoughts on that run, and then the girls can chime in too. You ended Fayetteville streak, Central Arkansas got back on the map, but more importantly for y'all, the Conway Lady Wampus Cats did, or at least on the state championship map. So just kind of talk about how that run was and how fulfilling it was.
It was a little crazy, we'll say that much. You guys want to talk about it, and then I can speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
So last year was definitely something very special. I'd say it brought us together. Like, we were with each other 24/7. We had like team dinner the night before state. It was so exciting. Reverse sweeping Fayetteville, that was something unheard of. And I think this year we're looking forward to, seeing everybody at Hot Springs and hopefully bringing home another state title. And it just takes a lot of hard work, but we're definitely going to take last year with us and keep going.
Our state championship run was just magical. It was such a great atmosphere. First, we played Harbor in their own gym, and just having their whole student section there was a lot to take in, but we handled it very well. And then our Fayetteville game, we really just put all of our blood, sweat, and tears into it. They're such a good team, and we came back after we were down 2 sets, and at the end, we all tears were flowing because we just put everything on the court, and there was not one drop left that we didn't give. And then our state championship was just amazing. It was a first for everyone on the team, and it was just something to really put onto ourselves that we earned that and we fought hard for it.
Yeah, and I'll chime in on that Harbor game. We went and watched the day before, and I remember we can talk about things and that kind of stuff, but when you are there and you actually hear the loud environment that it is, so they had to play the day before us. We had a bye, and I thought it was very important that our girls be in there for that game to hear the noise and what they would possibly might be playing in the next day. Anyway, the first point was scored, and the girls were sitting in front, and they all kind of turned around and looked, and we're very wow, it is really loud in here. So I thought, oh, I'm so glad we're here and they can hear that. This is the environment that we're going to have to play in tomorrow. And they succeeded there, and in the Fayetteville game, that was the craziest game. It was Halloween night. I was telling them the story on the way here. My son, after the second set, they were watching it on TV, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna go trick-or-treating. I can't watch them lose, And so he left, and he came back in the 5th set, and he says, "Mom's team's still playing, And so anyway, when we were down in the 5th set and ended up turning it around somehow, some way, these girls pulled through. But I remember in the last timeout that I called, I said, "This is it. I need you to leave it all on the court right now." I said, no regrets. And they did, and somehow we pulled it out. So I do want to say we had team dinner. I know Olivia mentioned that, and that was awesome. Some of our parents hosted a dinner at their house, and then the next morning before we left for Hot Springs, a lot of our dads came up with their grills and different things at our arena, and we had a big team breakfast with all the parents and all the players, and then we took off to Hot Springs. So that was a really special, fun time that our parents really, it was us and our parents. We were trying to hang together and be together and just enjoy the ride, and it ended up working out in our favor. So
last year, after you won the state title, you said some of the players who were part of the 23 team that lost coming back last year took it to heart to try and go that extra step and win the state title. What are you seeing this year after winning it all last year? What are you seeing this year as far as the players who are coming back and wanting to defend that state championship?
Well, I think a lot of them, typically we kind of take it easy in June. Most of them are still playing a club schedule and kind of gearing up for their national tournament, which is our dead weeks in Arkansas. And so I kind of give them some time to focus on the end of their club season there. But there were several of them that have still been coming in and lifting weights and different things over that time period and getting their workouts in on their own, which I'm proud of them for that. And I think some of that, needs to be put on them. You need to be responsible for yourself and who you are and what you do for your team. I think that they've done a good job of that, and super proud of them for that. So.
And Sylvia, I wanted to ask you, for those that don't know that are watching, you're a really good softball player, and I think, and I used to talk about this with Coach Hickey all the time, you've thrown like every inning since your freshman year, and not only is that hard on your arm, obviously, but doing it in the 6A Central, it's very mentally grinding too. So doing that since you were 15, 16 years old, how has that helped you grow as a multi-sport athlete?
It has really just shown me that I'm not just playing for myself, it's more for my team. It is very draining on my body, but I just fight through because that's the only option really. But I know that I love my team so much, and I just want to keep providing for them as much as I can. And it has led me to a lot of leadership, being in the circle in softball, and then bringing that into volleyball. Even though they're very different games and very different atmosphere, the leadership is still there, and I can help out all the younger girls and just with my experience in both sports and help them out.
You lost some talented players last year, like Madison Durden, Bishop, Floyd, Madden, Caventock. What's going to be the key to replacing them when you look at the production and everything they brought to the table last year?
Yeah, every year I always talk about this. We have people from the press ask us, how are you going to replace these girls? And you really can't replace that individual, but I am always surprised at how our kids step in and they make that position their own. So it's not, I'm taking Durden's spot or I'm taking Madden's spot. It's, I'm going to make this my own spot. And each year I'm thinking, I just don't know if this so-and-so can do it. And I'll look at my assistant coach, Coach Faison, and I'm like, look at her. Like, she just is owning it and running it and doing what we've been training them to do. So a lot of times it might take a few games. We go to the Bentonville tournament early on in the year. That's a great tournament for us to go to. But we get to try a lot of different things with our lineup at that time and look at some different things and options and try to get ready for conference, because conference comes up pretty quick after that. So
the main theme of the day, we've been picking the brains of all the coaches, just how the game has grown. We'd love to see it. And I mean, you're kind of in a unique situation because you don't see coaches stay like super long times at schools and everything. And you've been at Conway, had a great run there. So, I mean, you obviously have built a great program there, but just seeing the growth of the game from the outside, or really just in general, how has that been through your eyes?
Well, 27 years ago, I coached at Lyon College, and I remember I had to go out of state a lot to recruit and to try to find kiddos to come play at Lyon College. Texas was kind of my lucky spot where I can get some good kiddos there in South Texas. But 3 years later, I took the job at Conway, and I have just seen the game growing as you're talking about. And I feel like these college coaches in our state have a plethora of opportunities to recruit some athletes that are coming up. And hands down to the club programs in the state, I do want to say that these coaches and the club programs have worked really hard and invested in the kids and, are teaching them higher level. They're going and playing tournaments, in Louisville, Kentucky. Where were nationals this year? Dallas. So they didn't have to go that far, but sometimes they're further than that. I think one year they were in Vegas or Chicago, things like that. So they're getting to see some really high-level talent and try to emulate that and bring that back to Arkansas. And I really do feel like that is helping.
When collecting questionnaires from the 6A coaches, it seems like there's one theme, and that is, whereas in the past years where Fayetteville was the dominant team, and schools like Southside and Bentonville have had their runs, that this year looks like it could be wide open. And I think you said it, and I think other coaches have said it, it's going to be a year where whoever can fix their weaknesses the quickest is going to be in position to go on a deep run. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that, but I also think the goal is to be where you need to be at the end of October. So if you start off a little rough and your boat's rocking a little back and forth at the beginning, it's okay. We got some kinks to fix out. The goal is, how do we want to finish conference? Where do we want to be at the end of October? So.
All right, last one. Girls, is there any game that you have circled on your schedule just a little bit more, maybe so than others?
I can go first. So atmosphere-wise, I definitely say our pink night that we host every year. It's something that we raise money for somebody battling cancer in our community, and it's just so neat to see everybody come together. I mean, we have cheerleaders, band, we have like people grilling outside. That's definitely my favorite game. Team-wise, I'd probably say Cabot. It's always been a good game for multiple years. They have a great lineup with strong players, and last year they took us to 5 sets. It was a great battle. I'm excited to see how it plays out this year.
I would have to say I obviously want to make it back to the state championship because I've made it my sophomore and junior year, and I just want to finish out my senior year making it there. And then specifically in season, Central is always a very hype game with us. Last year it was really big, and they have a very good team, and we also know a lot of the girls on there. So it's fun to play against your friends, and they just always bring a good match.
All right, we appreciate y'all coming.
Okay, thank you guys.
All right, up next we've got the Nettleton Raiders. Sorry, let me start over. I got tongue-tied. The Nettleton Lady Raiders, led by head coach Tiffany Lovelace. Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you to give your opening statement and introduce who you brought.
I'm Tiffany Lovelace, head coach of the high school team at Nettleton High School. This is Ava Elder, Zari McShann, Kennedy Massey, Avery Sample, Bethany Harvey, and Aubrey Poole.
We'll just kind of talk about what your expectations are for this year. Obviously, we'll get into your conference. We've had already one East representative here today, and I think we'll have at least one or two more. So just kind of talk about the expectations for this year and playing in the tough conference that you do.
Yes, that's definitely true. Well, all of these girls are my seniors. They have played pretty much on the high school level since their 10th grade year. They've stepped in and played at least at some point in a rotation for me for the past 3 or 4 years. So each of these girls are very important to me. So we brought everybody. Not everyone's going to speak, but I did want to make sure and get everyone here. We have the 5A East is highly competitive. I mean, the past couple of years we've finished like midway, either tying with somebody for 5th or just barely missing 4th to be able to go to the state tournament. So each year I feel like we've gotten better and better. These girls have gotten more experience. They've played, this is the biggest group probably minus some youngers that I have that have played on the club circuit more. We just don't necessarily have, it's a big basketball area, so us getting the chance to have our touches on the ball outside of season sometimes is a little more difficult. But these girls have been committed for the past, since 4th grade probably, of playing pretty much year round. So I'm lucky to have these girls with us, and I feel like they will contribute immensely this year. So,
Coach Jeff Halpern, Natural State Sports
Yes.
Network.
Okay.
Talk about Avery Sample. She's been one of the leaders in the state's past couple of years, and your libero. She's one of the leaders in the state the last few years when it comes to distance.
Right. She Avery has Avery has really done a good job of leading, even as a 10th grader. Years ago, 9th grader even, she was hurt in her junior high freshman season and really stepped up and helped direct and help, anybody and everybody she could. She was still very involved. After she got a little bit better, then she moved into the 10th grade and just, anybody that watches Avery play will say, she's got a motor like nobody else. She literally, you will see her on every part of the floor during any part of the game at any given time. She's definitely very coachable. She's always competitive, but competitive within herself. She's always given 100%, as all of these girls have. She's also had the incentive to play, and it's been her journey to play after high school. So I think that has helped drive her a little bit too. And she just committed to Lee University just this past weekend, I think, right?
Yeah,
something like that.
ago.
Yeah. So
it's in Cleveland, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. So, and I have several others here that are, in the midst of committing to play after high school too. So that helps. I feel like that has helped us a lot because we have kids who, have a deeper mindset and a goal to finish a little stronger than maybe some of the classes in the past. This group has taken it pretty seriously and works hard and wants to put Nettleton back on the state tournament map, I would say. We've had the goal for the past couple of years to at least finish 4th. Like I said, our conference is super hard, I mean, you have usually a clear number one, and then from there down, we've also added Mountain Home into our conference this year, or last year, and so it's just a big team who, comes out battling every time. So we definitely are in a tough conference, but I think we hold our own pretty good.
And kind of continuing on that, sometimes when you're a 3 or 4 seed in like when you have a Marion or a Valley View in your conference, sometimes that 3 or 4 seed is a little bit of a mirage just because of the competition that you play against. So has it kind of been more so of just, hey, let's get one of those seeds to get in the state tournament and give ourselves a chance?
Yeah, and in the past, at least last year for sure, we lost a few during season. We had a middle go down with a twisted ankle about halfway through, and that kind of came into play around the same time as we were playing, some of the teams that we may have came out on the other side, that we were really probably more evenly matched with. And then, toward the end of the season, we were talking about it on the way here. We just felt like I felt like last season we competed and had a little better record than the years before, but it was really pretty much the same. We just battled with everybody. I felt like we took everybody to 5 sets last year, and so it was marathon matches, marathon nights, but hopefully this season we'll be over that hump.
Okay, you talk about getting over the hump and being in the middle of a very difficult conference. What do you feel like is going to be the key to getting over that hump and finishing in the top 4 in the 5A East?
Well, I feel like this group that I have, we've added a few 10th graders who we've got a big middle coming in that's going to help a lot. Although she's young, but I think adding a little bit of height to this group here, this group of seniors are just a different set of kids. They just have a drive not that I've had since I've been at Nettleton. I coached before at a couple of smaller schools, and we finished runner-up one year, and I always said those kids would put their heads through a wall for me, and I feel like these are on that same level. They all want to push hard. They want to do good. They want to finish better than they have in the past. So I feel like they all get along. We went to a camp in Branson, and these guys got along. I mean, not that I thought they wouldn't, but we just meshed really well as a team, and I felt like that in itself is something we've not necessarily had in the past. We've had, a good group, but maybe 1 or 2 who felt kind of maybe like they were on the borderline of should I play, should I not play, and kind of toughed it out for either their sake or for the sake of having played for years or for the sake of their parents. And so I feel like this year we've got a good group of kids who want to be here, who want to compete, who want to do well and finish strong their senior year. So.
Okay. Also, a question we've been asking all the coaches, every coach today is, all the years you've been involved in Arkansas volleyball, talk about the state of the game right now and the improvement and the gains it's made over the years, especially like in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, well, I had coached for probably 10 years prior to having a child. She got into volleyball around 4th grade, and it got me back into coaching again. So there was probably a 15-year gap from when I coached at Westside to when I coached at Nettleton. And so coming back into it, especially going from, at the time it was 3A, 4A, into the 5A conference, I feel like it's such a big jump that there's such a variety of athletes and levels that it almost makes it, and I've heard a few refs even say it almost makes it feel collegiate. You have so many athletes and so much talent in the bigger schools, and so the competition obviously is going to be a little more stout. But yeah, I played in college as well. That's when you just served to 15. You could only score when you served, and you only went to 15. So it's been huge changes as the years have gone. And I love the pace of the game now. I feel like it goes fast. Although we play pretty much every match every night, so that kind of gets a little. We were just talking to that. so many places are so different. You know, there are some places that, you know, the senior high plays are varsity, and then there's a 9th grade team, and there's 8th grade team, and 7th grade team. And with our conference, it's more where everybody plays every time the senior high plays, pretty much you have everybody playing as well. So.
Okay, so this is to the ladies. Okay, so obviously communication, it plays a big part in volleyball. So talk about some of the things you've been doing off season, outside of the sport to help strengthen that communication. Start from right to left.
I think for strengthening it, I think it's more so of us bonding and then us feeling comfortable with each other and everything like that.
Kind of going off of what she said, I think us being so close kind of helps us communicate with each other on the court and not afraid to hurt each other's feelings if we say something to them to help improve their skills.
Yeah, also going off of that, we've all been best friends since we were in 2nd grade, so it's we are each other's sisters, and we're definitely not afraid to hurt each other's feelings.
In a good way.
But we also all play clubs, so we're still getting touches year round, so we're never really off the court. So I think that would definitely help.
Yeah, I also think bonding, we get along really well this year. Not that we didn't last year, but we get along really well this year, and yeah, just not afraid to hurt each other's feelings on the court.
Okay, and lastly, one question we've asked, this is for all the players here, we've asked every team this. Looking back on last season, what is probably the one match that you played that sticks with you that you're saying, I'm looking forward to seeing them again on the schedule this year because we got some payback there.
I would say a match that we would look forward to is probably Batesville because we went into 5 sets with them, and I feel like that was a good match on both ends.
I think I would say the same. For the past 2 years, we've gone to 5 sets with them, and either home or away, it's always a battle.
Obviously, Batesville, that's just always one that we go to 5 with, but also Mountain Home. We went to 5 with them too, and it was just one of those where we came out really strong in the first 2 sets and then dropped the last 3, and that's definitely a tough
However,
loss.
with those sets, it was 27-25, it was 29-27. I mean, that one truly was a marathon night.
I would also say Batesville, it's usually a battle every time we play them, so yeah.
All right. We appreciate you coming. We appreciate you coming down today.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming down today and talking about your team. And please have a safe trip home.
Thanks. Thank you,
All right.
guys.
All right, next up is the Greenbrier Lady Panthers and head coach Katie Huff. And Coach, I'll turn it over to you and let you give your opening statement, talk about your team.
Yeah, so obviously coming off a huge year for us, going to the state finals. And so graduated some big pieces, but we're excited about some young talent we have to come in. And thank you guys so much for having us.
Okay. First, Coach, can you introduce the 2 players that you brought with us today?
Yes. To my right here, I have junior Marley Crossman, setter right side. And then over here is sophomore Lily Parker, also setter right side.
Okay. Looking back at last year, you went from winning 3 games the year before to going to undefeated 5A Central title and state runner-up. Shiloh, what are your thoughts, reflections when you look back on what you accomplished last year?
It was 5 games the year before. Still not good, but it was 5.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So yeah, obviously, no matter what it was, single-digit wins, right, to the state finals. So I think when I told the reporter that in the locker room afterwards, he didn't believe me. He had to go look it up. But anyway, so yeah, huge turnaround. I think that was just a huge reflection of the team bonding that we spent doing in the off season, as well as some young pieces that we had, including these 2 that we were able to bring up and stepped up. So it's kind of same thing going in this year. We graduated Madison Crum, obviously, is a huge loss for us, state record holder, school record holder. And so just being able to have conversations with both of these girls about what that looks like to not just fill that role on the court, but then also the leadership side of it and just everything that Madison brought, the intangibles. So
how do you replace a player as talented as talented as Madison Crum and everything that she brought to the table for you the last few years?
I'm still trying to figure that out, but that's what summer camp is for. So I've challenged these 2 girls to step up, to be vocal, to be leaders. They both started for us as freshmen, and so they've been with Madison for several years and know what it looks like to step into those shoes, and so they're both very capable of it. So they will in due time, I'm sure.
Okay. What is the one after winning a conference title and coming close last year? What's the one thing that you take from last year that you hope your players? What do you take from last year? You hope your players put to use this year as you try to make another deep run in the state tournament.
Yeah, we talk a lot about our state tournament run. People ask me about it. I was not comfortable any day of the state tournament, including the first day. And so I think that just speaks to our team unity, our team bonding that we spent time doing. And just, before we played Benton in the semis, I just told them, I said, I don't know what's going to happen out here, but there's nobody I'd rather fight with than you guys. And that was it. They believed that. They believed that there was not a better team to fight with other than themselves, and that's what got us to Hot Springs.
What are your impressions on what you've seen so far and throughout the workouts in the summer and the team camps and everything as you prepare for the upcoming season?
I'm thankful we still have a few more weeks. We seen some good things, have some young pieces. I'll have 2 freshmen that we're pulling up this year. So it'll be kind of fun to see where all the pieces fit and kind of see who will step up over the next several weeks.
Okay. This is for both of your players there. What did you take from last year, and what are you looking to see? What are you looking to accomplish this year and before it's all said and done?
I think there were a lot of big vocal leaders on the team last year, especially all of our seniors. We lost them, but I think girls are going to step up this year, and we're going to have a really close team bond, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I think our team unity last year was pretty great. Coming up as a freshman and starting, I think the seniors we lost was a big part, but I feel like everybody really included everyone, which is really a big part of why we made it so far in our season.
Okay. From a leadership standpoint, Coach, this is for you. From a leadership standpoint, who are you seeing stepping up and taking that responsibility on both on the floor, both on and off the floor?
Yeah, we have 3 seniors that just have the best attitudes, and even though they were not on the floor for us during the state tournament, their role was huge in what they did just to bring everybody together. So they will have a huge part to do with that still this year. And then these 2 on the floor, I think, these 2 play club at a very high level and have the volleyball IQ to be able to do that. So.
Okay, this is for the players. Talk about a moment last year that was a changing point for you all during the season, where, or that game that changed your mindset, that made y'all, go to the next level.
One game that I really remember is last year during the second round, we played Sylvan Hills, and we hadn't lost a set all season, and we lost a set to Sylvan Hills. They took one off of us, and we went back to the locker room, and we were just in shock. We didn't expect it at all, and I think it kind of set us into a point of view where that's going to happen, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. We might have a 5-set match in state, and we need to just push through. And I think it really helped all of us girls remember that we can't just win every set. We need to have a good mindset about that.
I remember through the mid-season last year, we kind of went into this little pit where we were just kind of stuck in the same place. We weren't really growing. Our team unity was kind of falling apart a little bit. And so I remember one practice, we got together and we spent probably about an hour talking to each other how we truly feel. And I feel like we really changed it after that. Next practice, we were like, this is what we're going to focus on, and we're going to change something.
Mm-hmm. So I want to go back just a bit and talk about, so you were talking about 5 wins 2 years ago, 5A, champs, runner-up last year. You lose that senior core, obviously, that kind of helps set that into place. But you talked about these 2 ladies that have been there playing since their freshman year. What's been that transition within the program? Because I don't think a lot of people really recognize how difficult that is from a culture standpoint to go from 5 to where you guys ended up last year. What's been the change culture-wise, and what can you guys continue to build on that to build that into this season?
Is that for me?
All 3 of you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think the only thing changed culture-wise is that we really, our program started to dig in to team chemistry, and we all started to it felt like a big family. Over the summer, we would be with each other every day, and I think it just brought our team together, and we all felt super close.
Yeah, I think with our seniors last year, the one thing, the one main goal that we had was just our team chemistry, and we know that if we really base that our main goal, if we make that our main goal, it kind of, the skill follows that. So I feel like that's why we were so successful.
So I'm always interested to know if a coach is watching right now, look into the camera and tell a coach what type of player he will be recruiting, or she will be recruiting.
Me personally, I think the coach should be recruiting a leader on and off the court. I always love bonding with teammates off the court, mostly because it's so important to have so many different personalities that come in between teams, and I think it just brings so much character building, just getting to know everyone. And I love all of the players on our team right now, and I just think it's really fun to get to know everyone. So, yeah.
And for me, I feel like if a coach is watching me, I really feel like they notice how high my work ethic is, and how much I put into this sport, because this is probably my main focus, and I really try to be the best that I possibly can.
So the golden question of the day, is there any game in particular, whether it be non-conference or conference play, that y'all have circled maybe a little bit extra?
Yes, so non-conference, we always love playing Conway. They're only 10 minutes down the road. They're a 6A school. I think it's always just a fun game because they're always really good. So.
Yeah, also non-conference, probably Benton. We faced them in the final round of the state tournament, or the second to last round of the state tournament. That's always a really good game. And in conference, probably Little Rock Christian and Mount St. Mary. We brought them to 3 sets, I think, both last year and both the conference games that we played them. So I feel like it's always been a battle between us.
Okay, so do need to, another one that we've been asking, and this isn't near as challenging as maybe trying to find a game that you're looking to play, but Coach, I wanted to ask through your eyes, We've had coaches in here that have been around for 30, 40 years, some that have just been coaching for a few. Just both as a player and a coach, talk about how you have seen the growth of the game.
Yeah, it's changed a ton. I played getting further and further away, but the speed of the game has changed a ton. And I would just say from top to bottom, that gap has closed a lot. It used to it was 7A when I was playing, but those top level schools to the bottom level school to even 5A, there would be a pretty big gap. Now I would say we could go and compete with some of those big 6A schools. And so that hasn't always been the case. And then I think both of these girls and most of them, they play year round. They play high level club year round, and it makes such a difference in what they bring back into our gyms.
All right, we appreciate y'all coming down.
Thanks so much. Okay.
All right, up next we got the CAC Lady Mustangs led by head coach Lynn Brown. Coach, I will pass it over to you so you can introduce who you brought and give your opening statement.
Okay. I am Lynn Brown. I'm going into my 9th season as the head coach at CAC. We finished in the state finals last year in Hot Springs as the runner-up. This year I brought, on the far left, senior Callie Atcherson. She's a 6 rotation outside hitter. Kayla Myers, also a senior, and she'll be playing setter, and she's a left-handed right side hitter. On the far right, junior Maddie Phillips is a returning middle blocker, and junior Mia Adams, who actually had injured herself during the club season last year, and so she was unable to play, but played a big role on the bench for us last year. Looking for her to play setter and right side hitter this year.
Well, the obvious is, you moved on from last year, but I think that finish last year was the best in school history, if I'm not mistaken. So as you mentioned, you got a lot coming back, and just kind of talk about, I imagine the goal this year is to get back to Hot Springs and take home the gold trophy, but just talk about some other things that you've discussed through the off season.
Yeah, we, of course, that is our end goal. We have a long way to get there, but I think one of our big things this year is just building off of where we were last year, and we have a really good group of leaders this year, and I think that has to be where you start. If you are struggling in that area, you're going to struggle on the floor, but we have a great group of leaders who help get us through, and they have helped shape the culture to where we are, and it's going to be really exciting to see what the senior leaders do for us this year.
And talk about Kayla Myers, who had over 400 kills, just had a fantastic season. Now she's back for her senior year again.
Yeah, Kayla had a great year last year. She was our go-to. Whenever we needed a kill, she was pretty much our go-to hitter. She is one of the most athletic people that I've ever had through any of my teams. Everybody looks up to her. She's a competitor. She's always fighting hard for every play, and I think that helps bring the team together to have a player like that on the floor.
And keeping along with that, Kayla, I've seen one or two very good Lady Mustangs in my day, and obviously, as Coach said, you've done a lot of great things in volleyball, softball. But talk about just how you look at yourself, just taking your efforts, being a team player and everything, but also and we've talked a lot about multi-sport athletes today too, how that kind of bleeds over into other athletics. So just talk about your role as a leader, what you do bring to the team.
I think what I bring to the team is I play setter and right side, so I am on the court at all times, and I'm always cheering everyone on, and I really communicate and help everyone know where to be and help bring everyone together.
And so the players, as well, I'll ask y'all too, just some of the things that y'all took from I'll start from right and left, work over, just the things that you took from last season just to kind of improve yourself through the off season.
To improve myself, I think always wanting the drive to want the ball, want the block, want the hit throughout the whole game is something really important to me. And this upcoming season, I'm going to work to make the ball better every time I touch it.
I would say not being able to play at all last year. I'm really motivated to be in the state championship game again this year and be able to lead my team on the court since I wasn't able to be on the court last year. So I'm really motivated for this season to see where it goes.
I have worked on more ways to score and help others score, so better sets, new shots, and just finding new ways to score, serving, all that.
I've been working a lot on my confidence as a hitter, like being able to place the ball in different spots where people aren't, and just kind of like feeling confident in myself and who I am as a hitter specifically.
And Coach, after losing to Paris last year in 4 sets, for you and your players, how much have you learned about coming close last year, and how much has it fueled things this year as far as trying to go to the extra step and win the state championship?
I think we all walked off that floor feeling very defeated, and we wanted a different ending, and so we're all looking in the same direction. We are committed to playing every game to the best of our ability, and we're going to win it one game at a time, and we're going to keep that at the end, but we're going to fight hard to get there.
You talked about the long road. Just who are some of the non-conference games that you looked at and were like, okay, we're going to schedule them and made sure to get a good look from?
Yeah, we're playing, we've got Bauxite and PA. We've got Baptist Prep this year. So I feel like we've got a pretty competitive non-conference schedule to help us do well in the postseason.
And one of the ones we've asked every coach, just you going, now it was volleyball you played in college, or I couldn't remember if it was softball or volleyball. So volleyball, you were a player in college, obviously been at CAC for a while. As you've just gone through your playing career, your coaching career, just talk about just the growth of the game that you've seen and how it's continued to explode.
Yeah, it's, well, I grew up in Texas, so I feel like it was always really big there. So when I came to Arkansas and got involved in the high school world, it was a little slower. And I would say just within the last 4 or 5 years, it's just blown up. The pace of the game is so fast now. I feel like girls are starting younger. The club world is exploding. It's really exciting, and it's encouraging for the future of our program, and I'm sure other coaches as well.
And for the players too, I talked about your individual things that you worked on. Just how do you feel? And again, with you got a lot coming back, but talk about just the closest of the team and really just that part of it, because I think that's something that a lot of people don't focus on. You focus on what they see on the court, but off of it and just how a team gets along. Just talk about the closeness that you all have.
I feel like our team is really close because our school is a bit smaller, so we get to see each other every single day, conversations throughout the hallway, even before practices. And I feel like having each other in classes helps us bond more.
Yeah, for sure. We go to a really small school, and you know everyone's name, and you're close with everyone, you're friends with everyone, so that immediately makes us bonded closer together. We have sleepovers through the summer, workouts together every day. We're always together, and we go to a small school, so we see each other every day in the hallway, every day in the classroom, so that immediately just makes us a lot closer.
I feel like we're super close because we've been playing together since we were in 8th and 9th grade, and we kind of just know where each other's going to be on the court. We know how to pick someone up, and we also, we're like best friends, and we hang out with each other outside of sports, so that also helps, and we know how to make each other laugh and pick each other up.
Yeah, I feel like going off of last year, our seniors were very inclusive, and it kind of just helped us all come together. And so us being seniors this year, we know we have big shoes to fill, and we want to make sure that our team is going to bond and be able to communicate with each other on and off the court.
Asking, kind of piggybacking off of my question about the tough schedule, 3A is just the smaller classifications. I mean, you look at Hackey, you look at Paris, you guys, I mean, you can just point out so many different teams. We know what Conway can do, we know what Bentonville, Greenbrier, all those bigger schools, but there is a lot of really heavy hitters, and I think that we're going to see, like you just mentioned, you got some upper classification teams that y'all are playing, but I feel like we're seeing that a little bit more across the smaller classifications playing the bigger ones.
Definitely, especially even just in our conference alone with Harding Academy and Episcopal. We've got a pretty tough conference to even get through to get to the regional tournament, and so it's fun whenever you have a lot of games that are competitive games, and so but the competition every year is getting harder. I think the girls would agree with that. Mm-hmm.
And speaking of the competition, so Benton Harmony Grove gave you all a lot of respect. I think every single one of them said that if there was any game scheduled, they wanted to smoke with you. And those are my words, not theirs. They want to smoke with you guys. So is there any game in particular, whether, that is on the schedule, non-conference or conference, that y'all have circled a little bit extra?
I am really looking forward to play Harmony Grove. Whenever we played them, it was always a good time. Everyone was doing their best, and it was just a really good competitive game. And it went to 5 sets, and it was so much fun. So I'm excited to play them this year.
Yeah. Being on the bench, the most fun, exciting game to watch and be involved in was definitely against Harding Academy. So I'm really excited to be able to play in that game this year and just be in that atmosphere again. It's a really competitive, fun game.
I always look forward to our conference games versus Harding and Episcopal. They always go to extra sets, and they're so much fun to play. Everyone gets super excited and super hyped for them. And then I would also love to play Paris again. I know they're not the same team they were last year, but they have a good record throughout the year, so it would be super fun to play them again.
Yeah, our conference games are always the best games, but I would say Episcopal is one that really gives us a run for our money. They have a great team, great coach. They use their players very well, and I'm excited to see what we can do this year with our players as well.
And one of the things that we do like to do with these is both getting pointers from coaches and players, whether it be from the growth of the game or recruiting. And Kayla, I was going to ask you as well, because I know you've taken some visits for both volleyball and softball for college and everything. What is a piece of advice that you could whether it's one sport or multiple, just a piece of advice that you could give to somebody going through that?
Going through recruiting?
Yeah, just going through the recruiting process.
I would say talk to coaches, go to camps, and just be yourself and have fun at those camps and show them what you can do.
All right. We appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me want to grab my phone. I'm going to have somebody take a, he's using his phone, but we'll have him use our phone too. Will you use one of our phones?
All right, up next we got the Pottsville Lady Apaches. They are led by head coach Casey Stabler. And Coach, I will pass it over to you for your opening statement and introduce your players.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you for shining a spotlight on the volleyball world. It's a growing world, especially in the state of Arkansas. I'm Casey Stabler. I am going into my 3rd year as the head volleyball coach at Pottsville. So the girls that I've brought with me, I've actually been lucky enough, I've coached them since 7th grade. They were in 7th grade. It was my first year at Pottsville. So whenever they moved to high school, I actually got to make the transition into the head coaching role their 10th grade year. So this is going to be a pretty special year with these ladies and the other 5 seniors that I have, as well as the junior class. They fit well with each other. So I'm going to introduce who I brought with me. I've got a senior DS, Lily Holstead, senior setter, Kylie Mathis, senior middle, Riley Morris, and then senior outside Marlo Hollis with me today. Like I said, I've coached them since 7th grade. They have been one of the best groups, perfect groups to start with. They are very competitive. You give them some clear expectations, they will run through a wall for you. And they have done that in junior high. We won back-to-back. We've won a total of 5 conferences over the past 5 years in junior high, and they were part of 2 of those. Most of these girls played up as 8th graders. And then at the high school level, we have won 3 back-to-back, but they've been a part of 2 back-to-back conference titles. And then last year we qualified for state, and we're in a pretty tough region with the North.
And y'all, before I ask this to the players, but I will say there have been multiple 4A schools that have given y'all your props. So Coach has done a great job growing up with y'all, I guess, so to speak. But I wanted to ask about that. She was talking about how she's had you since 7th grader, so she's kind of grown in her coaching career as y'all have grown in your playing career. So talk about how that's gone. I'll start with from the left.
Okay, I would just say that it's been really fun to have like a consistent team and coach as we went through, and I think that we've like formed really good relationships like with Coach Stabler and each other, and so that's just been like really fun to get to grow up together in the sport of volleyball.
I think kind of look at her as a best friend to us. She's always there for us, and it's helped to be with her the whole time throughout my volleyball playing time.
Okay, I would just say that having her push us to be like friends off the court and on the court has really helped our communication and our playing with one another.
I would agree. She's like a second mother to all of us. We love her so much, and I think our relationship has definitely grown since we've had her since the 7th grade. So.
Well, this is one we haven't asked today. We've had a lot of responses like that. You know, like, yes, they play the friend role when they can, but also are hard on us when they have to be. So how do you balance that part of it? Your players obviously think the world of you as a person, seems that way as a coach as well. And so how do you balance that role of sometimes having to be a little bit meaner than others?
It's tough to balance, but I think that whenever you love kids first, then you can be tough on them. And so I believe in being like tough love, but you have to love them first in order to be that tough coach and for them to understand your communications. You also have to have like the relationship with them to where they understand how you work, how your brain works, how you communicate things, and then things fall into place with them. They understand you. Once they understand you, then they understand the sport, they understand the expectations of the program, and then I'm real big on, okay, now that you understand me, like I think that a couple of them, I think Marlo and Riley can read my mind sometimes in a huddle and stuff, and I'm like, you already know what to do because you already know what I'm going to say. You've heard it for 7 years. I think the other part of that too is now they are starting to prep the incoming 10th graders and then those younger kids on, okay, here's what Coach Stabler wants from you. Here's how you do it. And then they start to develop that relationship as well.
You fell to Brooklyn last year in the quarterfinals. What lessons have you learned? What lessons have you learned from them? How much is that serving as a motivating factor to try and go farther in the state tournament this time around?
Well, this group of girls right here, these seniors, and then I have a good group of juniors coming up as well. They've played a lot together, and some things that we did when they were in junior high is we went and found, we wanted to play some of the toughest teams in the toughest tournaments. We were, like, my expectation is you're going to the gold bracket, and Pottsville's only had volleyball for 7 years. Kara Brodgum started the program. She was the first coach, and she did an excellent job. I learned a lot under her. And so she let me kind of take the junior high under my own wing and do what I want with them. And every time we went to a tournament, I would find, okay, who's the big 6A school? Who's the 5A school? And then they were looking at us like, who's Pottsville? Like, this little tiny town, I don't even know that some people realize it's even a town, is we're taking sets off of Conway's junior high team in tournaments. And so now I know that they merge, and as they get older, their levels start to change. But this group likes to find who's the biggest and the baddest team. Now let's go figure out how we can beat them. And whether we beat them or we don't beat them, we're going to be competitive and learn from them. And so we went to 501 team camp last week, and I think that's something, we have that mentality. Let's go find the biggest teams and see if we can compete with them. And so growing the past 6 years, that's what we've tried to do. And with Brookland, Pottsville for 4 years has made it to the state, qualified for state. But last year was the first year that we won the first round and we made it to the second round. And it wasn't the prettiest volleyball in the first round. It was kind of one of those things like we wanted it so bad to be past the first round. And we played good enough for that. And then the second round, we got Brookland. And Brookland's just, it's one of those tradition teams. We got there, and I think the fuel for next year is let's do better than that, okay? So if we have made it past the first round, we know we can get to the second round. What can we do? Can we get to the semifinals? Can we get to the finals? And I think this will be a fun group to watch to see if they can push through that. And it's a big mental game at that point. I think that's why we didn't play our prettiest volleyball, was because it was one of those things, it was a mental battle more than anything.
You said 2017 was the first year of the program?
I think so,
The
yes.
reason why I'm asking this is
I came in 2020, and I know they had it 2 years before that.
Well, we've gotten that pretty common answer about how there's a lot of newer, like Hackett, for instance, I think they started around that same time, and see what they've done. And there's been a lot of the program, the newer ones, that have earned success like y'all have. And I was going to ask you the question that we've asked all coaches, just from your playing career, from your coaching career, just how cool is it to see the game evolve the way that it has?
Oh, it's awesome. I can remember, I'm from Fort Smith and played at Southside, and so all I've ever known is volleyball, and I just never thought there were schools that didn't have volleyball. And so whenever I went to school at Tech, I had just gone to school, and the only school at that time that had volleyball high school-wise was Russellville. And so now that entire area, with the addition of Dardanelle finally adding it, everybody in that area has volleyball. And so you can start to build a community with the other volleyball players at other schools. They start playing with each other outside of school. And so it's more friendships for the kids, more rivalries for the kids. So I think it's amazing to see, and as a state, we're finally catching up to the rest of, I wouldn't say the rest of the world, but to Texas and those schools or those states that have it.
Yeah. And Coach, talk about Riley Morris, All-State last year as a middle blocker. Had over like 230 kills last year. Talk about her and the impact she makes for you on the floor.
Well, Riley has done a fantastic job. She is one of the smartest players that we have on the floor. I would say all of these girls are extremely, their volleyball IQ is very high. Riley, one of our juniors, this will be her first year. She's going to be a right side this year. She said, one of my favorite thing is that I get to be on the front row with Riley, because more rotations than not, because she's so calm and she talks me through things. So the leadership that's there, sometimes it's not really the big like wow loud leader. I would say that like Marlo is probably that person, but Riley's the one that's going to help you and kind of direct you. in between each point and even during the point, and she just kind of calms kids down so that they can play well too.
I was going to ask the players, just listening to what Coach was talking about, and I'm not trying to keep harping on last year, but the question basically that I'm trying to get at is seeing a team like Brooklyn that's been the standard of Class 4A, and Coach was talking about the improvements. What are some of the, not just from that game necessarily, but throughout last season, and then the way that it ended against a team like that, what were some of the things that y'all took from, I guess, that game and last season overall?
Yeah, I would say it's just about when we're in practice and in the gym, just making sure that we're giving 110% all the time and just preparing ourselves mentally for that faster paced game, just to be more aggressive and to just make sure that no matter where we're at, what we're doing, that we're just continuing to play at that high level to prepare ourselves.
I think showing effort is the biggest thing for us, always trying no matter what drill we're doing. And I also think that going and playing those good teams that have always been the best helps us prepare a lot more.
I would say, honestly, like our confidence, because I believe in every one of our players that they're good. We have a great team, and we have great relationships with one another. So just having, like, the confidence to be like, yeah, we won this game against these people, or we took a set off of a hard school. Like, just having the confidence in each other at practice and in games is our biggest thing.
I would agree. I think just knowing that, like Riley said, just like knowing and trusting each other and like each player on the court. And like, I think taking like coaching each other kind of helps each other, but not taking it to heart and knowing like they want to win, they want you to succeed, and not taking it, like I said, taking it to heart in like a, oh, they don't like me kind of way.
As I said at the beginning, y'all have gotten some respect, some shout outs from other teams. Is there any game in particular, any match in particular that you have circled, whether conference or non-conference, that you know you're going to play again?
I think non-conference, definitely Russellville and Hackett and Baptist Prep.
I would definitely agree with Hackett. I'm excited to play Hackett and maybe even Clarksville. I'm excited to play them. They're always fun.
I'm excited for Baptist Prep and then Clarksville in our conference.
Yeah, I'm excited for Baptist Prep and Hackett.
Yeah, we like to take on. I like Coach Spoon at Baptist Prep. She's a good friend and mentor that I've gotten to know in the past year a little bit. But we definitely like to aim high. Let's go find Baptist Prep. Let's go find Hackett. We're going to a tournament at Conway this year. I think we might be I think Brooklyn might be in it. I haven't really looked. I know historically there's a lot of good competition, and then Fort Smith Southside's tournament, so some tournaments that are really going to raise the bar for us, and we're going to have to compete a lot faster and a lot higher.
In volleyball's case, you hear a lot of coaches talk about how you're not, yes, you want to win games, but you're not necessarily looking for the wins in August and September. You're trying to get prepared for late October and early November. Was not to put you on the spot too much, but was this maybe the first season that you're like, okay, I feel confident scheduling a Baptist Prep and all these other tournaments just to put them up against a gauntlet?
No. Last year, I don't. I feel like this year, and not to harp, we had a fantastic team last year. I think this year we have some more mature players, some players maturing into leadership roles, some players that are maturing into they're ready mentally to be on the court. But I think no matter what, I'm looking for the team. I want to go put a target on somebody's back and try to beat them. And then if we can even get close, let's try to do it again, and let's see what else we can do. I think the sooner you start having that mentality, the sooner that you're going to catch on.
All right. We really appreciate y'all coming down.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right, up next we got the Maumelle Lady Hornets. They are led by head coach Savannah Jacoby. And Coach, I'll pass it over to you if you want to introduce your players and give your opening statement.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for having this. I think it's a great thing that volleyball is now being included in these media days, and I think it's a great thing for the sports. So here with me today, I have Gracie Keeling. She is our libero on varsity. We have Haven Robinson, who is an outside hitter. We have Kirsten Hoppy. So sorry. Kristen Hoppy, who is also a setter, and then Kaylin Robinson, who is an outside hitter. You will also be hearing from Brooklyn Qualls, who is a setter as well. So all 5 of my seniors are here with me, and they are great leaders, and I'm looking really forward to this season and what we can accomplish.
This is first year, so just trying to implement everything, just kind of talk about how things have gone through the offseason with buy-in and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so I got hired May 1st, and we kind of hit the ground running. Had tryouts towards the end of that month, and the girls have been fantastic about buying into everything that I'm trying to implement. So we have core values that spell out STING. They stand for strength, teamwork, integrity, never give up, and grit. So kind of each day of our practices are geared towards one of those core values that we want as our program. The seniors have been fantastic about kind of leading that buy-in with the rest of the team. We've done a lot of team bonding stuff to make sure that they are together as a team, not just on the court, but off the court as well. We've competed already in a couple of team camps, and I'm seeing some really big leaps from where they were at tryouts until now, and I'm looking really forward to the season.
I'll ask the players the same thing. Gracie, starting with you, and we'll go across. Just how all of y'all have bought into Sting. I like that a lot. Very fitting. So just talk about how you and the rest of the players have bought into that.
I think we've all been very committed this summer, and I think we're going to have a great senior season.
I think it's great to start our practices with the quotes. Like, it just sets the tone for how practice is going to go, and it's like my favorite, like searching quotes up for our Sting every day.
My favorite part is just having our senior group chat every day. Someone take accountability for a different word, a part of Sting, so our different core values. And then once they take accountability for that word, then we come up with a quote and we get to explain it each day and what we think that applies for our team.
I want to piggyback off of Kirsten. I love the quotes because it gets us started before our practices, and I love how she writes down the practices so we know what to do and we hold ourselves accountable to getting into practice. So yeah.
First year here at Maumelle, what type of goals, expectations do you have for taking over a team that was 2-18 a year ago?
We have had several conversations about that. So I think and talking about that consistently, I think, is good for everybody, so they know where we were last year and kind of the things that they did last year, and we know that we can't do the same things and expect different results. So we've been changing a lot of things this summer in regards to making sure that there's consistent attendance at practices, making sure that they're constantly working hard, and they're not taking reps off of anything. The goal coming into season is to make the state tournament. In the 5A Central Conference, we believe that that is possible, but it takes accountability from everybody, and making sure that we stay together as a team, and we are constantly talking about those goals. So yes, they were 2-18 last year, and those only 2 wins came from non-conference. The goal, at least for this next season, is 500, so at least 10 wins. But we also know that getting to the state tournament is going to take a little bit more than that. So trying to be the top 4 in the 5A Central Conference is going to be a difficult task, but I think these girls are up for the challenge.
Being a first-year head coach, talk a little bit about just your volleyball background, and then also, too, just the way that you've seen the game grow, the way that it is continuing to explode.
Yeah, so this is my first year back into varsity head coaching. I have 6 years of head varsity coaching in my background, and I took a little bit of a break whenever we started our family, and so I'm excited to get back into it. I actually coached these girls as 9th graders. I was their 9th grade head coach, so it's actually really cool to be able to come back for their senior year, and I know how hard of workers they are, and I really kind of feel like they would run through a brick wall for me if I asked them to. They've done everything that I would have ever wanted from a senior group. I played college ball at Ouachita Baptist, and I've been around the sport for a really long time, and it's been awesome to just see the growth, not just in high school sports, but just I think nationally too. Volleyball is like the fastest growing sport in the nation, and you can just kind of see all the publicity that it's getting, and I think more people are starting to realize how cool of a sport it is and how fun it can be, and so it's great to be a part of.
And for the players, I didn't know that you were here previously, and so it's tough anytime you have a coaching change, but the fact is that y'all did know her and there's a little bit of familiarity there. Just talk about how cool that is to have her back and somebody that you know. And we'll start with you on the left.
So actually, I didn't have her my freshman year. This is only my second year with Maumelle High School and first year with Coach Jacoby. But compared to last year's coach, I would say that it's such a great improvement to the volleyball program that we do have such a good coach. And I've been hearing a whole bunch of good things about previous experiences that these girls have had with Coach Jacoby.
Yeah, freshman year is like first year in high school, so you want to have a good season, and that's exactly what we did. And I'm just so excited to have her back because she brought a lot of structure back into our program for us to do our best.
I kind of want to piggyback off of what Haven said. Having her the first year into high school, it's really scary, so having some sort of structure and familiarity was great. And then once she had to start her family and take a break, that was fantastic for her. It was very hard on us because we loved her and cared for her and the baby so much, and so we really missed them, and so it's great having them back and great having that family back.
Coming into your freshman year and having Coach Jacoby as a coach was truly a blessing because volleyball wasn't my number one, and she definitely shifted that in my brain, and I fell in love with the sport thanks to Coach Jacoby, and having her back is just awesome, and we're going to have a great season.
Players and coaches keep bringing up great points today because that's something else that we don't talk, whether it's male or female, being a parent, but also being a teacher, being a coach. It is a lot to balance. It's something, again, that most people don't think about in athletics. So you being someone that recently did that, there's plenty, that are either in the game, starting families, or maybe they take a break like you did. What is a piece of advice that you could give to somebody that is juggling all those acts?
Honestly, I think just listening to kind of how you're feeling and whether you can kind of take on the pressure that comes with being a varsity head coach or kind of wherever you're at, or whether you need to kind of take a step back to spend time with your family. So it was definitely needed for me to kind of take a step back from all of that so that because I wanted to be a present mom. I didn't want to be gone all the time, and I wanted to kind of have that bond early on. But varsity level was always my true passion and is kind of where my heart is. So even though I took a step back, I knew that at some point I wanted to come back into it. I just didn't know where that was going to lead or when that time would come. It really is a true blessing that Maumelle kind of just fell into my hands this past spring, the job opening up and me being able to come back for these girls' senior year when I already know how hard they work. And so really I would just, if you're in the thick of it, it can seem never ending, and it can seem very discouraging sometimes, but having a good support system and making sure that you're still making time for what matters most. Like, yes, I love coaching and I love these girls, and they do become part of my family, but ultimately my family at home is what matters a lot. And so making sure that you have that balance, that you can turn your phone off and leave work at work and be present with your family at home. And I think I've kind of gotten my bearings enough to where I felt like I could confidently step back into varsity coaching and still be a great coach, a great teacher, and still a great mom and a great wife.
Oh, got to make sure and I get this one. Is there any game as we wrap up here? Any game? I know, Coach, we've talked about got a lot of work to do this season, but is there one maybe last year that you felt like was in your grasp and you're ready to get a chance at this year, whether non-conference or conference?
I'd say LRCA. I'm very excited to play them again, and I think maybe we have a chance.
I'm excited to play BB again. I know they're here, but I'm so excited to play them again because I think it's going to be a great game this year, and because we did have great games last year, and I'm excited to play them again.
I'm excited to play Sylvan Hills because I know each year we do have a good match with them. We have a very good match with them, and with Coach Jacoby, it was one of our best matches, and so I'm excited to revisit that with her again.
I'm also excited to play Sylvan Hills again, seeing that she just came from that school, so I'm ready to beat them this year.
All right. Well, we appreciate y'all coming over.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I found somebody to beat me.
Stuff is fine. All right, next up, we've got the BB Lady Badgers, head coach Jessica Morrison. Coach, we'll turn it over to you, let you give your opening statement and tell us about your team.
Awesome. Well, first of all, we just want to thank you guys so much for putting something like this on. I've been in the state of Arkansas for 5 years, and to finally see volleyball get a little bit more time out there has been so amazing. I have brought 4 of my players with me. I got 3 of our captains and a sophomore, and I'm actually going to let them introduce themselves to you guys. So we'll start down here.
Hi, my name's Reagan, and I'm an outside.
Hi, I'm Ainsley. I'm a junior, and I'm a 6'4" outside.
Hi, I'm Micah. I'm going into my senior year, and I'm a DS.
Hi, I'm Tavia. I'm also going into my senior year, and I'm a middle outside.
We have 10 seniors with all of us, and as of right now, we have 2 juniors on our varsity team, but we have a lot of talent on our JV team that is coming up, and one thing for us is team, and we have always, since I got here in February, been harping on being selfless and putting team first and other people first. So our JV is, we're senior high, so that's why we brought Reagan with us.
Very senior heavy team, as you said. 10, so you got 2 here and you have 10 total. So
yes.
I would imagine, I know every single game is hard, but that probably makes your job a little bit easier as a coach in terms of maybe not having to teach as much.
Yes, somewhat. We have went back to basics with this team. They had a rough season last year. I don't know, their record was like 3-16. So we have kind of just stepped back and went back to literally fundamentals. We have ball control lines that would, if you play basketball, I was a basketball player in high school, when you do dribbling up and down, we do the same thing with our fundamentals and stuff. So yes, there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of experience, but at the same time, none of it was ever utilized together. So that is one thing we're really trying to work on right now, is getting them to work together.
Since you came on board a few months ago, what has the buy-in been like for you, and what are your impressions on what you've seen from your players since you started a few months ago?
So these girls are hungry to win. They're hungry for a great season. They are all putting in. One thing that I try to do is I put my students before my athletes. And so I think that by me being understanding to the things they have going on outside of volleyball has actually been what has made them buy into this program more. Being understanding of vacations and church camps and just all the things that they haven't had that in the past, and I've actually seen more results and more buy-in just by, as some would say, lenient with them.
And for the players, just listening to what Coach has said and then coming in and implementing her culture, what are some, we'll start from my left, y'all's right, just some things that y'all have learned and worked on yourselves individually as far as your game?
Yes, so whenever Coach Morrison came in, we basically just had to start back at our foundation and just had to build off of that and just figure out some new things, just basically change a lot. And I think Coach Morrison coming in and teaching us some new stuff that we've never seen before, and just being a great coach and always being there for us. And we do a lot of team bonding stuff, and so that has made us just all come together as a family, and we've put it on the court, and it makes us just be a better team overall. And just not only with skills, but just being a team and being a family and just being one.
To piggyback off of what Reagan said, our biggest problem last year was we always were fighting, and not a lot of people got along, but this year we definitely are a family, and we're getting closer, and we're building our connections. And then on top of that, it's building our skill because we want to push each other and get better. So we've definitely worked on our communications with our friendships and like family to get our communication on the court, like down into where the ball goes where it needs to be.
We've learned so much about building our own character and being humble and selfless
and growing our stamina on the court because we do a lot of running. And even during the dead weeks, we still worked out and we built our physical body and just built our stamina up.
I think Coach Morrison does a great job, like not just focusing on volleyball, but it's like focusing as us on a person. Every single person like learns differently, and I think she's there for like all of us. And she's very understanding. Like we have other things going on, so it's like we know if we miss a day practice, like, oh, it's not the end of the world. Like we're gonna make it up. And I think it makes us want to come to practice more. And I'm just excited to see where the season's gonna go.
And taking over a team, that has plenty of opportunity is the message. I know it's every coach, it's one game at a time, no matter what your situation is, but is it maybe one of those that's like, okay, let's maybe shoot for that 3-4 seed as far as just getting to the state tournament and giving ourselves a chance, or like what has your message been really to this group?
So this group they can do whatever they want. They have skill, they have talent, they have everything it takes. So we will go to state this year. As long as these girls keep practicing and keep doing the workouts and keep buying into this program, we will be one of those seeds going to state.
You look at Class 5A, Greenbrier that rebounded from a 5-win season to get to the state final, and then, of course, Shiloh Christian that had come up from 5A. Just what is your take on the classification overall from what you've seen?
So as I was telling Jeff, I am not from this area. I've only been in Arkansas for 5 years. I coached in New Mexico before this. So I'm very unaware of stuff. However, I had a child that went to a A school. So I do kind of know a little bit. And those schools have amazing players and they have amazing coaches. But honestly, I have amazing players as well. They just were never utilized together as a full team. And I think that's what the difference is this year is they're going to be together as a team.
And to the players, I know you just mentioned about some of your things that you had improved, that you had worked on improving over the offseason, but what does that mean to have your coaches sit up and have this kind of confidence in you guys and your team that she is showing and that she's shown you since she's been there?
So I think definitely having confidence in us has boosted us in a way that makes us feel like we can do it and we will do it, because I'm not even gonna lie, when we do conditioning and we're all just out of breath and I just hear her in the corner of my ear just saying, we will make it to state, we will, like we are gonna win. And it just kind of just makes me, look at that and be like, yeah, like this is what we're working for and this is all for a reason and everything happens for a reason, And so I think her having confidence in us and just always reminding us what we're working for, it definitely makes us, realize and just push ourselves 110% and just be the best that we could be and be a team.
Confidence is definitely a game changer. It just shows us that, like, hey, we're worth it, and she just keeps pouring into us. So while we're running and out of breath and just getting exhausted, it just shows us that, like, hey, if we're worth it and if she thinks we're worth it, then we can make it to state and we can do what we need to do. We can definitely change our record from last year and pick it up and actually be the team that we're supposed to be.
It's so relieving to know we have someone so positive in our corner and always giving positive feedback, and just knowing that she's right there whenever we need her. She's always a text away, she's always a phone call away, and she's just honestly the best coach for senior year.
Yes, I think every practice is just a step closer to state, and like knowing like our coach has this much confidence in us, it's like, oh, she sees something, like we are something, like we can get there. So I think we will make it to state too.
How many team camps have you participated in this summer, and what are your impressions on what you've seen so far?
We have actually been in 0 team camps. We are going to Greenbrier on Wednesday and then Lakeside on the 1st. We did a play day, and that play day was, I've been telling the girls and everybody around me how amazing they are and what an amazing season this is going to be. But I will say, seeing them on the court for the first time against other teams, not just our JV, or themselves, it's not going to be an amazing season. It's going to be an incredible season. And we were down multiple people because they were out for certain things. So we only had 8 people. I had my lib playing front row that day, and they were still killing it. So team camps are new to me. Like I said, I just moved here. We did not have those. So I just believe that for this year, we don't need those team camps. We need more of that in the gym, bonding together and stuff like that. And we have a couple, so we'll see how Wednesday goes.
Being in different places, and we're asking every coach just what their view of how the game has evolved and how it's just continuing to explode. Just talk about your take on that, and then also maybe how Arkansas compares to some of the places that you've been. From what I know, it's early, but just kind of from what you've seen so far.
Yeah. So I actually, when I moved here, I took a break from coaching for not my personal reasons because of the state, but I started coaching Parks and Rec and then got into club and, stuff like that. And New Mexico was way more advanced. Their skills were a lot higher than when I first got here 5 years ago. I mean, I had 10-year-olds that could be JV teams when I moved here. Like it was really bad. However, in these last 5 years and seeing the coaches and players pour in and buy into it more, from 2019 when I moved here to now, the game has changed so much. I feel like back where I was before I got to Arkansas. And that's been so fun to actually watch because I was always there, so that's just what I knew. I mean, volleyball was volleyball, but moving here and watching it evolve like it has been incredible.
And one more for the players. Is there any match that you might have circled, non-conference or conference, that maybe felt like got away from you last year that you're excited to have a shot at again?
So we are definitely excited for Valonia and Cabot, in my personal opinion. We are hungry and we want to beat them.
I personally think LRCA, like if we could beat them one set, I just want to beat them all three. I know like most of the girls on that team, and I just love to beat them.
I'm really looking forward to the Sylvan game. It's our senior night, and we are always so close with them that it's going to be a really good match this year.
Yeah, I'm excited for Sylvan Hills too. We got beat pretty bad, so I'm excited to just come back as the underdogs and beat them this year.
All right. Well, we really appreciate y'all coming down.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next we got the Prairie Grove Lady Tigers. They are led by head coach Lindsay Biosick. And Coach, I will go ahead and give you the floor to give your opening statement and introduce the players you brought.
All right, my name is Lindsay Biosick. I'm the head volleyball coach at Prairie Grove High School. I brought with me our 3 fantastic seniors that we have this year. To my right, I have Avery Mann. She'll be a setter for us. I've got Emma Hicks. She'll be a middle. And I've got Ivy Sparkman, our lib.
We'll just kind of talk about just some of the things that you're taking from last season going into this year and just some of the goals that you guys have.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see this group of girls kind of write their own story this year. We were very senior heavy last year. I feel like we've heard it 50 million times. Y'all had so many seniors, you had so many seniors, and we did, and they were fantastic. And we loved them, they did a great job. But as a coach looking forward to this upcoming season, it has been very rewarding to see these 3 specifically grow into that leadership role as seniors of this team. We're going to have a young team, but they work really well together. We had a good JV team last year. We had girls that on other teams would have been playing on varsity. So I'm very excited to see them have their opportunity this season to really shine and showcase what they can do.
And for the players being senior heavy last year, and then of course y'all are here, big reason you're here today is because you're the senior leaders. And so just talk about how you embrace it. We'll start from my left, just for how you embrace that role and how excited you are.
I think losing all of our seniors last year made all 3 of us realize that we need to step up and we need to be the leaders for the new group. And I think all of us work really well together and we all get along very well on the team. So I think we could be that part on our team.
It also helps a lot with our underclassmen because they are so willing to be leaded by us. They are so willing to ask questions when they need somebody else. You know, they're willing to come to us and talk to us and text us outside of volleyball, and you know, they're very open with us. And I kind of like that we're a comfortable space for our underclassmen, and they're comfortable working with us.
Yeah, we're not afraid to give criticism and be a leader and coach, but also just be a friend, because as much time that we spend with each other, I think our chemistry and our bond is definitely more important.
Talk about what you've seen so far from this group of seniors in the workouts and the team camp so far. I know you have some big shoes to fill, but what are your impressions of what you've seen so far?
I'm really pleased and excited as a team. We've been to 2 camps so far, but we have yet to have our full roster with us. We've got a starting middle who's out with a fractured wrist. She should be back at the end of the month. We had some absentees this past team camp, so it was a good opportunity for some sophomores, a lot of sophomores to play. But they've done a really good job. I mean, from day one, this group right here, these 3, they were a little hesitant the first day of practice. You could just tell that they weren't quite 100% comfortable taking charge as those senior leaders. And just, we've been at it 2 weeks now? It's only 2 weeks? Okay, 2 weeks. But just the growth that these 3 have shown on and off the court has been outstanding. I mean, it's one of those, it makes me very, very excited about the season because the time and effort that these 3 have put in, not only skill-wise, but just the relationships that they've built off the court with the underclassmen. I don't know if they know that I can hear them talk. You know, coaches, sometimes they think we just have headphones on all the time. But I hear them talk about texts they've sent each other, complimenting each other, or asking questions about something, and it makes me very excited to see those relationships build, because I think if you've got some girls that are willing to play for each other, then you can have a really successful season.
Coach, talk about just what you've seen from the growth of the game. I mean, obviously in your corner, and I know I'm hesitant to even name schools because I know I'll miss one, but just you think about Shiloh and Fayette in all different classifications, Fayetteville being one of those in 6A. Just how the game has continued to grow up in that area, but really what you've seen statewide and just kind of in the region.
Oh gosh, it is just exploded across the state, which makes, it's exciting to see as a coach. I think the coaching community has exploded here lately. We've got really passionate coaches in the state that are wanting to see the game continue to grow. Just in our corner of the state, we're from small town Prairie Grove, and no matter what youth camps I have, I mean, we have over 100 girls sign up all the time. Kindergarten, we've got it was like the whole kindergarten class, I think, if they signed up, boys and girls, which is super, super exciting. I'm still getting emails from people saying, are you hosting any other more camps this summer? Because their 5th grader wants to participate. And I'm like, if I had the time, I would, but we're getting ready for season. So just seeing the speed of the game, the interest in the game at a younger level, at an older level. I mean, girls are playing club ball all the time. It's super exciting to see.
Hey, talk about Avery Mann. She was an outside hitter last year. Now you're moving her to setter. Is that correct?
Avery is she's a very utility player. She very well could have set for us last year. Very, very much. That was a hard decision to make as a coach because she could have been a setter, but I needed her to fill in a different role. And it says a lot to her character on how she accepted filling that role. I needed another hitter and I needed another back row player. I had full confidence we could have ran a 6-2 last year, but that's not what the overall team needed. So she took on a very selfless role of filling in that hitting back row spot. So she's played a little bit of everywhere across the court. I'm very excited to see her take on that setter role this year because she's a phenomenal setter, and people don't know that about her because that's not what she got to display last year. So I'm really excited to see just how she can lead the offense and what she can bring to our team.
Had a great run in conference play last year. Had a great run overall. It was over 20 wins. I know that much. And so did you look at the schedule this year and thought, okay, well, I want to make sure when we schedule this team, that team, and get a good look? Was there a couple of different teams, or was it just kind of scheduling as you normally do?
I always try to schedule tougher non-conference matches. I mean, our benefit games against Fort Smith Southside, and they're outstanding and great. And we know going in, they're probably going to put a whooping on us, but that's what we want at the very, very beginning of the season. We want to be tested against the best. So we've got a lot of 6A schools we're playing non-conference this season. We're looking forward to that. We talked about the season on the way here, and all 3 of them even talked about how they like playing the higher competition.
For the players, is there that one match or 1 or 2 matches that you're looking at, conference or non-conference, that just maybe got away from you, or that I keep saying the ones that maybe got away from you, but one that a team that you enjoy playing, whether it's maybe girls that you play travel ball against or whatever the case may be?
I'm super excited to play Gravit. I think every year, we play them like twice or 3 times, and last year, unfortunately, we lost a few games, but I want to come back and be better than ever and just beat them. I think everyone, if we play there, our team shows up, our school shows up, and it's just a really good environment to be around.
Yeah, I'm really excited for especially high energy games against places like Gravit, and even our non-conferences. They're very high energy and they're very fun to play, and I just like to play those games so you can tell everybody enjoys the sport and that we enjoy playing and being in there.
Not to be repetitive, but I think we have a really strong conference, and so a lot of teams are going to give us a good match, but I'm specifically excited to play Gravit. Just the atmosphere in there it's outstanding.
How much of it was that motivation from last year because they beat you in the district and the regional tournament?
You want me to take this one? I'll take this one. It's a friendly rivalry, I would say, against us and Gravit. I know, used to be Coach Masters. She just got married. I can't remember what her new name is. But we have some very similar values, and I respect her a whole lot. I think she does a really, really good job with her program, and it is cool to see both programs start to see more success. And it's just a healthy rivalry. We beat them twice in conference last year during conference play, and then they beat us at the end of the district and regional tournament in the championship. So we're 2-2 from last year. So we're looking forward to playing them for our first match of conference play this year.
So some of the other feedback we've gotten from coaches about just growing the game, it's that we've heard, I know Pea Ridge was one that we heard Coach Carter talked about how being able to reach out to coaches and not giving away game plans or anything like that, but obviously just kind of giving some tips and tricks of how everybody can get better. So talk about some of your either mentors or just colleagues in the game have helped you develop as a coach.
That's one thing that I just love about the volleyball community is it doesn't matter if you're rivals, if you've never played each other, anything like that. I mean, for the most part, I can reach out to a coach anywhere in the state of Arkansas and ask them for something, and we're going to help each other out. I love that there is a push and a want for more coaching clinics. We want to learn. Coaches are hungry. Learning never ends. You're always learning every single day, every single year. You're learning something new. So just being able to work with coaches that are willing to share their knowledge and things that have worked for them, it's a neat experience. I don't know if I've only ever coached volleyball. I had a stint in softball. I was not the best softball coach, but the experience I have with volleyball is just the love of the sport that people have, and the way the sport can instill that passion, and how you can carry it throughout your whole entire life as a player, as a coach. As a volunteer coach, I've got one of the best volunteer coaches in the state, and it's just because she's passionate about it, because you give back to the game that you love. So just being able to work and communicate with coaches that share that same passion is really rewarding.
All right. Well, we very much appreciate y'all making the trek down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next we got the Fort Smith Southside Lady Mavericks. They're led by head coach Natalie Throneberry. And coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you to give your opening statement, introduce who you brought with you.
All right, I'm Natalie Throneberry. This is my 16th year at Southside, but my 7th as head coach. We brought all of our seniors along, all 7 of them, but 4 drew the short card or volunteered to speak. We can't really figure that one out just yet as coaches. But I'm going to let my seniors introduce themselves, starting with Kalina.
Hi, my name is Kalena Otero, and I'm a senior, and I'm a DS.
I'm Kinsley Harrison. I'm a right side, and I'm going into my senior year.
My name is Ella Shelby. I'm a libero, and I'm a senior.
I'm Madeline Wilson. I'm a senior, and I'm a setter.
Coach, I think it goes without saying, the standard at Fort Smith Southside, try to get to Hot Springs every single year. You've had a great success there. So just kind of talk about some of the things that you've talked about with your team this year. I mean, again, very experienced as an assistant, both in head coach. So what are kind of some things that y'all have discussed for 2025?
Well, with every group, you want to hold on to that senior class, but unfortunately, no matter how hard you try, they grow up and they leave you, and we coaches get heartbroken. But the good news is you always have kids like this that just make you want to come back, and they make you want to keep going. With this group, I know we put a lot of focus on stepping into new roles. Some of them are going to step into vocal leadership roles. Some of them are switching positions. Some of them have trained and done phenomenal job in JV, and now it's their time to, be the one on the court. And so we're really just looking forward to seeing how that continues to evolve.
You lost 7 seniors from an excellent group last year, including three-year and 4-year starters like Gabby Dupree, Lydia Pitts, and Mila Neal. How is the process going so far with replacing not only the production on the floor, but the leadership that they provided for you for the last several years?
Well, we started right away. As soon as season ends, we go through and do one-on-one, just end-of-season meetings. And we talk to kids about, the needs of the team and where they see themselves the next season. And this group of seniors, we always talk about how just inherently it doesn't matter if you're on the floor, if you're not on the floor, seniors just matter more. They've been there 3 years or 4 years in some cases, and they are the ones that drive the ship. We just try not to let it run aground. So they've been working since essentially November on figuring out where everybody fits and who was going to step into those big roles. So they've taken this very seriously, and I'm very proud of how far they've come.
And building off of that for the players, we'll start from the right here. Just talk about some of the things that you've worked on individually throughout the offseason.
So throughout off season, for me individually, I've worked on being more of a leader for everyone because I'm more of a quiet person. So working on vocal leadership and lead by example, that's what I've been working on this off season.
Well, I also did track, but I worked on volleyball outside of school volleyball, and I played club. And something I was working on there to improve myself for this school season was to be more versatile. I would hit in the middle and right side. I played both positions for club, and I think I've seen some success from there. And it allows me to be more of a utility player and allows me to hit in the middle and in the right side.
I've also tried to be more of a leader. The past 2 years I've been on varsity, and I've had those big seniors to have that leadership role, so I was more quiet, and I've wanted to help all my teammates and know that they're good and everything, and we can do good next year.
Yeah, I think it's a really big deal for all of us to be more vocally just there for our team. I definitely worked on that in club season and learning how to just always be talking to my teammates, helping them through everything. So.
And Coach, talk about Ella Shelby. She had over 585 digs last year, one of the tops in the state, and the impact you expect her to have this year, not only for her production, but also for the leadership.
She's done all right. She's done all right. She's knocking on that 1,000 dig mark. The thing about Ella is she wants to be coached, and she wants to be coached hard. She wants feedback. She looked at me day one of Team Tulsa camp and said, I don't care what happened, just talk to me. And that's the kind of leadership side that I see her bring out of her teammates. She's one that will address things. She'll talk you through. She's been good for some of the young pups that are a little bit nervous. We do have while we have 7 seniors, we have a lot of young kids stepping into big roles. So it's been fun to watch, but I expect her to just continue working. She doesn't ever take that returning libero role as a given. She knows she's got to fight for it. She's got great kids around her, and every day she's got to work to prove that that's the position that she's going to stay in, and I've liked what I see so far.
And if I'm not mistaken, just about every year y'all play Hackett in the or y'all have played Hackett some.
We've only played them once in a tournament.
Okay,
we haven't
so
had
that was
them
a tournament. I think it was recent. I don't know why I'm thinking of that.
Yeah, a couple of years ago in Fort Smith.
The 2 years ago, so 2023. I knew it was recent. So the reason I bring them up is, you look at a 2A school, you guys a 6A school, and that's one of the topics today has just been talking about the amount of great teams. It doesn't matter if it's 2A, 5A, whatever. So building kind of a combined question here, talk about just the depth in all classifications that you have seen, but also just the growth of the game with the explosion we've seen through the years.
That's been one of the best parts about doing this just long enough to see some of those people develop. 10 years ago, Hackett didn't have a program, and to see what they've done and what their coach has built there is just phenomenal. But that's what, we talk a lot in 6A, and I think every year I kind of get a little sigh because it's my answer every time. There's never a night off in 6A. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Every team is talented. Every team is going to give you their best effort, but that stands true for every classification. You've got people that are in the gym. They're, making sure that we're in off-season learning. They're pushing themselves. You're seeing clubs and satellites grow. You're seeing more kids show up. The participation numbers for girls volleyball is through the roof. And I think that it's just really fun to see what Arkansas had and how good it was and how great it currently is, but also a snapshot of what it could be.
I know when I was sitting at, I was collecting the questionnaires, especially from the 6A coaches, and you made a point that for a lot of teams, this is going to be like a wait and see year because of the personnel losses some of these teams had.
Yeah.
And I guess is 6A as wide open as it's been in quite a while because it could be a year where it's going to come down to who can fill those holes and fix those weaknesses in short order.
Yes, and what I feel right now with our conference is not only do we have those top teams coming back and returning a lot of players and being in great shape, but we have all teams. It's across the board. We've got new coaches, fresh faces, and I know that they've been in the gym and working hard. So I think it's going to be a great and highly competitive year in 6A West.
I'll just go ahead and ask another on the subject of games. Is there any match in particular, conference or not, conference and or non-conference, that you're looking forward to and got circled?
There's no specific team on our schedule, conference or non-conference, that I'm like particularly excited for it because I have friends on almost every team that we play, both conference and non-conference. So every game I'm excited for, and I'm just happy to play every single game.
Yeah, I think no game is small for us, and I think we're all excited to showcase what we've been learning in preseason and show out at each game.
Yeah, not to piggyback, but there's no specific game, but we just are excited for every game because we have such a high competitive classification, and every single game is high-powered, and there's so many good girls on every single team we play, so it's a great game every time.
Yeah, I agree. There's not a specific team that we're gonna call out or anything, but we're ready for competition. We're ready to play. Everything's important to us, so.
We've also got two teams that are going to go after y'all. I mean, really, the room is full of storied programs right now, and we hear always about just how like everybody wants to get to the top, everybody wants to win a state championship. It's one thing to get there; it's another thing to sustain it. So, talk about the success that Southside has sustained throughout the years. I mean, again, both as your time as an assistant and head coach.
You know, that's one of the things that I love most about Southside is, you know, people will say to your face often, you know, oh, it's a rebuilding year, it's a rebuilding year, and these girls take on the mentality that there's never a rebuild, it's a reload. Those kids train and they come in and they know as freshmen their job is to try to work towards their senior year of being on the floor, and I think that mindset of I get to come to school, I get to play for Southside, I get to wear that jersey, I get to be a part of this program. We've got kids whose mothers played in the 90s and early 2000s who are now wearing the jersey. So I think they buy in a lot to the women that built it and their job to carry it forward. And I think that just makes it mean a little bit more. And I've really been proud to just kind of be a part of it all.
That's a great build or segue to the next question, because I wanted to ask the players, talking about the moms and the aunts or just anybody previously that wore the uniform that maybe y'all looked up to, but now you've got the elementary kids, the junior high kids looking up to y'all. What does that mean to have that kind of pride as a Lady Maverick?
Having younger kids look up to you as a player feels very rewarding because we've had a lot of strong players in our program, and just carrying on that legacy, having that sort of pressure to be just like that great person, not like a great person, but, you know, just carrying that pressure from all the previous greats in the program feels really rewarding to have that.
Yeah, I think it's very motivational because I used to be one of those kids going to those camps with my little sister, and now she's also playing on the team with me. And I think it's kind of that role of being like a role model, and I think that's very motivational, especially inspiring because my sister's on the team and I get to build that for her.
I think it's awesome because we had a team camp this summer, and my little cousin, she's going into kindergarten, and she came. She doesn't love it that much, but I know she will at one point. So I just think it's awesome to see how she wants to come, and her little friends, and they're getting so much better and everything, and I just think it's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that we were the ones that were looking up to people before us, and then now we're the ones wearing the jersey. So it's kind of cool to be like inspiring to little kids and people that want to play.
And Coach, I've liked the responses that we've gotten from coaches helping each other out to, just kind of figure out new different things. And now that you're in that position where I imagine people are coming to you, and whereas, I'm sure, as we all continue to grow, I'm sure you still have some things that you go to people for. So how has that been in your experiences as far as helping each other out?
I think there's something really special about a volleyball community when I've reached out to Division I SEC college coaches and said, hey, in your free time, if you don't mind, would you just get back to me? I have a question about, this specific defense, and I'm trying to help, our middle schools understand this a little better. And I get an email back in 30 minutes, and there's a Zoom meeting set up for 2 hours later. And I'm getting emails, people brought into the thread that are other D1 coaches. Volleyball coaches are so supportive of each other. And just knowing that it's a safe place to ask. I'm looking at a legend in the corner and McGee over there, but that's what you can come in, you can ask people who have been through, like Lakeside's coach, that have they're a wealth of knowledge, they're a wealth of support. And I think that what's really neat about the coaches that are upcoming is they have that same mindset. There's no, I got to guard these secrets, this drill is so specific, I don't want you to know what my team bonding looks like. Everybody wants to see the state of Arkansas continue to grow and be a big part of this nationwide push of girls volleyball. We're number 2 in participation nationwide, only second to girls track. So when you see that the demand is there nationwide, we know the demand is there in Arkansas, it's really cool to see that part of that reason is because coaches who have been there are kind of holding us all by the hand and pulling each other up.
All right, well, we really appreciate y'all coming down. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, up next, we've got the Valley View Lady Blazers. They are led by head coach Margie McGee. And, Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you for your opening statement. Introduce who you brought with you.
Thanks for having us here, representing Valley View Volleyball. I have Audrey Butler to my right and Bonnie Fagan to my left. They are seniors. They are veterans. They have seen significant playing time all throughout their career from 7th grade on, and then as sophomores, they both started. And so I'm just looking, our 2 lone seniors this year, and I'm looking to see what they do for their final go-around as Valley View Blazers.
I love what they have on their shirts, the we over me. I know that you've seen that with other teams, but your team really has seemed to embody that. I mean, going at one point to 20 state finals, winning 16 of them, I mean, that's just unheard of. And we've asked coaches today about just when you get great success, and it's one thing to reach it, but also another thing to sustain it. What's been the secret at Valley View?
Truly the we over me concept, just keeping everything simple, but it is really about the players. And when you focus on the players and you focus on your program and the chemistry and everything that goes together, they buy into it, and they know that we are there for each other. They know that the coaching staff is there for them. And one of the most important factors is it takes a village. It really takes a village to build that kind of a program, and our community sport, our parental sport, and the administration has just been top notch, And so when you have those pieces fall into place in a big puzzle, and then the kids are coming in and having a good time in practice and just working hard and giving them competitive environment in practice too, I feel like we set the practices correctly and set them up for success. And so we're having a lot of fun so far. We were talking about it on the way here and had a little bit of time to talk about the season and things that after we got back from dead period about, how do you feel about it? And I feel like the atmosphere is just, I don't even know how to describe it, like electric. Having them all back together and just, it's different. It's something is brewing, something's different this year. So we have a junior class, a large junior class, and a large sophomore class with these 2 seniors, and they're paving the way.
Talk about I got your question the other night. You really seem excited because you feel like you have talent, you have versatility, you got depth. Talk about what do you see out of this club that makes you think that this could bring home state championship number 17 for you?
They're very athletic, and they challenge each other in practice. They go hard. That is probably the one thing that we have said the most of, is that they are versatile. And got a chance to go to some team camps where I have to split the teams, technically JV and varsity, but I feel like I have 2 varsities going at it all the time. And so just being able to have that versatility and putting kids in different positions, maybe not what they're used to, but they have really prepared themselves to be available for a lineup. How do you guys feel?
I think this year we're definitely more consistent than we have been since last year. Yeah, I just think we're more consistent. You can put us anywhere and we can play.
I can agree with that. I do think that our team has a lot of younger people on it, but honestly I feel like that's just kind of part of it. Just we obviously will have to learn with each other and get our chemistry with each other, but I think all of us are just so athletic and so know the sport so well we can play wherever she wants to put us.
And building off of that, you 2 being the senior leaders, and obviously nobody has to tell you about the program standards and success. Y'all know well about it. But just hearing about that, a little bit of a refresher, and then also being the 2 senior leaders, how much pride do you take in that to lead this team of, I guess, sophomores and juniors as well?
I've been playing volleyball since 3rd grade, so it's kind of crazy that we've honestly, I think we've played since 3rd grade together.
Yes.
Maybe. So it is crazy that there are only 2 left, but it's awesome that we're the only 2 because we've been here since the beginning.
They've gone through the trenches with us the last couple of years, and
we were knocking on that door to get to that next phase of the state tournament and, losing in 5 sets both years. It was, they know what it's going to take to get back there. And so they're paving the way in their leadership and, talking to our underclassmen and our underclassmen seeing so much playing time right now in the last 2 weeks in team camps. Like, they've been there. That's the best part of it. I can give them as much as I can about my knowledge about the sport and about, certain strategies on the court, but they bring in that. They've been there as sophomores. They've gotten playing time with juniors and seniors, and then as juniors, they were able, to contribute to our success. So that, to me, is truly invaluable.
A couple of players who aren't with you here today. Talk about Mary Kate Reese and Peyton Prater, two returning starters who have a big impact for you.
Well, Mary Kate Reese was one of our setters last year, and we ran a 6-2 offense. And so with her experience last year and just running deep into the state tournament and just having a successful season as a sophomore setter, it's like your quarterback. You've got one coming back, and then we have another young sophomore setter that has done extremely well in Avery Ellis, and she's just a student of the game. It's our basketball coach's daughter, and she sees the court so well. And so that to me is just a student of the game, and some of the things that she does on the court is that she's trying strategy and she's trying to beat the other team on the other side. And Peyton Prater is actually coming off of an injury, so we will probably have her back about mid-season, but we were talking about it on the way here once again about Peyton and how much energy she brings to the court, even on the sidelines and cheering for her teammates and being a great teammate. She just has that personality that can bring the energy out of her teammates. So those two will definitely be a big piece and a key factor in our success this year.
5A East, Gauntlet, and both basketballs, certainly volleyball. We talked a good bit about it with both Nettleton and Marion. I know the conference came down to y'all and Marion, very familiar foes. So I know that you've talked about you've been in 3A, 4A, all these different things, but since you've gotten into the 5A East, and I know it's nothing that you were a stranger to because playing those teams in your area, but just talk about what the Gauntlet is. I mean, like I said, with basketball and volleyball, there's just no night off, really.
Just like Coach said from Southside, that any given night, we have a target on our back, I feel like, all the time. Anybody that comes against us, I feel like, just with the success that we've had over the years, like, oh, we're playing Valley View, we have to play our best. So we get everybody's best on every night. And that's kind of our 5A East. We've had different teams go to state tournament. The top 4 go to state tournament from the 5A East, and we've had different teams show up and go to the state tournament every year. So you have got to, especially in our situation, just show up every night, and we feel like we have to have our best game no matter what, and there are no off nights for Valley View, that's for sure. I mean, do y'all feel that way?
No off nights.
No off nights. I mean, but they love the competition, and that's the best part of it. You want to truly be in a conference where you don't have off nights. Like, you want to play your best, you want to compete, and just have fun playing volleyball.
You talked about in some of the questionnaire, you talked about the depth of your team, and you said you got players that are talented enough they could probably start for a bunch of other squads. What's the key to the match as far as putting people in the right position to succeed and not going crazy with substitutions?
They know that I've always been a coach that goes deep into the bench. It's nothing for me to use 10 to 12 players on a varsity lineup with substitutions, and a lot of teams will keep it simple and use 8 to 9 players, maybe 6, obviously 6 start, but then you have front row and back row, and depending on what offense you're running, if you're running a 5-1 or a 6-2, but I have always been, I'm looking for, every time we spin that dial, who is going to be my strongest 6 on the court every single time. And if I have a player that's on the bench that can make us just that little bit stronger or a little bit more consistent, I am not hesitant to use them. I push that 18 subs because we only get 18 subs in a set. And so I pushed that 18 subs, and they're both shaking their heads. Like, but we also prepare that if we run out of subs, and if you're naturally like just a really good front row player, and we also prepare that, hey, you might have to go back there and serve and play back row, and we prepare that way in practice. So just my philosophy is all do all. I mean, you might be a setter on the court and you might run the offense, but if you're an outside hitter middle, you've got to be able to use your hands, and you've got to be able to put up a good ball, out of system ball. And so they practice everything in practice. So they're definitely prepared. And don't you guys feel like we use a lot of subs and try and use as many? And I feel like that has been a huge part of our success, because looking down at the bench, like, everybody knows that they have an opportunity to go in the game and contribute. So I feel like our practices are going to be two varsity teams going against each other in practice and making each other better this year.
And someone that's had the amount of immense success you had and been around the game for a while, what has it been like for you to see the growth that we're continuously having?
Seeing the numbers pop up and the growth of volleyball over the United States has been unbelievable. But we are not surprised. It is a very contagious sport, I feel like, and especially with the rally scoring, it's like tennis. Every point counts, whether you do something good or whether you don't do something good. The other team's scoring a point. So everything counts, and so I feel like it's more enjoyable to the fans too, because everything is just, it raises up a little bit, and so the consistency is really important. But the growth of the sport is unbelievable. I mean, I've been involved in coaching volleyball for 25 years, but I played in college and everything, and I know the passion for the game that I still have, and I would go back 25 years, 30 years, and go back to college and play again. So that's what I hope to bring to them on the court, and their love for the game. And like Coach said, that besides track, I mean, volleyball is the second largest growing sport, and that is exciting. And just having the NCAA tournament on TV, and regular broadcasts, that hasn't happened in forever. And we know what the excitement is about, but that everybody is enjoying it is unbelievable.
All right, last one for the players. Marion gave you all a lot of respect earlier, and as we talked about with Coach, the conference came down to you two last season. So not to speak for y'all, but as you've gotten respect from other teams, is there any conference or non-conference game that you got circled?
We were just talking about this, and Marion's definitely one, because we always have a good game with them. Anyone else?
Yeah, I can agree with Marion. They're definitely one of our top people that we play, and they have a lot of good people, and they're also a very young team too, so I'm very excited to play them this year.
Okay, well, we very much appreciate y'all making the trip down.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, up next we got the Hot Springs Lakeside Lady Rams. They're led by head coach Rhonda Thigpen. And Coach, I will go ahead and hand it over to you for your opening statement and introduce the players that you brought.
Okay, well, I'm very proud to be here today because I know we're making history, because volleyball is the first media day. This is the first time these ladies have got to participate in an event like this. And so I'm very proud that you have put the effort in to do this for us. So thank you very much. And we are known as MTXE Rams. Because why? Because mental toughness, extra effort. And that's what I brought, that's been my philosophy as a coach. That's what I brought to Lakeside. That's what these young ladies have bought into. That's what my assistant coach that's with me today has bought into. And it's not just about a team one time, it's about a program. And program to me is going to make life lessons. And I think every one of these ladies today could give you a life lesson. And so I'm very proud, and I'm also going to brag a little bit, because today the press release will go out that Lakeside MTXE Rams received the American Volleyball Coaches Association Award to be nominated, to be on the academic award that goes out nationally to all volleyball players. And so we're on that. And then number 2, we're on the academic honor roll, which is only for 20% of the nation. So these ladies are in that group, and I'm very proud of them. I'm going to start on my right, and I'm going to introduce London. And London was a freshman, first ever freshman to be moved up at Lakeside. She also was on the first ever to be on the Arkansas prep team. She's on the underclass, which is only one of 6. Very proud of her. She was a starter on our team this year, did a great job. Next to her is Taylor Mace, and she's a senior. She's an outstanding senior who's getting highly recruited. This year she's playing middle for us. She had a great off season as a 2-sport athlete. She qualified in many events in track, so she's going to add to our finesse as athleticism. On my left is Madeline Slayton, and I'm very proud also. These seniors, these are my seniors right here. And Madeline was in a girls' state. She was selected to girls' state, represents a great leadership. She's a 2-sport athlete as well, and she will start as an opposite for us this year and also plays back row. Next to her is a senior, Barrett James, and this is a great day for her as well because she today accepted an offer at an NCAA D2 school, Spring Hill in Mobile, Alabama, to reach her goals. Barrett has played a high-level club as well, and she's a great leader, and she will get every one of these girls back, and these 4 are great representation of our program. Would you like them to say something?
Yeah, they can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
London, start.
I think that for like this upcoming season, I think people are like really underestimating us because we did just lose like a lot of like height, but I think we're going to be really good. And yeah.
I'm really excited for this season because I just know that the energy that this team is bringing is insane, and it's nothing like we've seen before. And so I'm so excited to see what our team does.
And before I go to this one, the reason they're saying that, we graduated 10. And that's kind of rare to graduate 10 out of a program. But the excitement level from the seniors in London is insane, as she said. Okay, Madeline?
Yes, I agree with Taylor and London. I'm really excited for the season. There's a really good bond with our team this year. We're all super supportive of each other and encouraging, and I just can't wait to see what we do.
Bouncing off of Madeline and Taylor, I agree. The younger group of girls that we have, they really bring the energy and the excitement, and it just makes the game so much more fun. Like, we've been playing in our team camps, and we just have all these fun cheers, and it just creates like this exciting energy in the gym, and it's hard to miss because we're just so excited.
And Coach, I'll combine 2 of the questions that we've been asking all day. First one I'll ask is just talking about sustaining success. I mean, that you've had just individually throughout your career, but especially at Lakeside, and then also too just the continuous growth of the game that we're seeing on a daily basis.
Okay, let me start with this. I'm very proud to have coached in the state of Arkansas on all levels. College, high school, junior high, Pee Wee, elementary, And every one of them gives me opportunity to try to help the state. And also, I feel like God gives you gifts. And I think I was gifted when God opened the door at Lakeside. These young ladies are part of my Rise and Ram program. So when I got to Lakeside, that was one of the things on my interview committee is I asked, can I start a youth volleyball program? And so I named it, I ran it, I had a board, and these girls were part of it. They've grown up through Rise and Ram, which it starts, then for them, it started in 3rd grade, actually backed up to 2nd. They played all the way through. They know what to expect. They go back and they've given back to our program. So it's not just like about the program, oh, we're just a one-year team. No, we're not. We're a program for life, and I really appreciate success being accepted. Lakeside loves volleyball. And I think one of the things that's helped it is the fact that we have great administration that backs it. They believe in female sports being represented equally. They believe in top-notch competition, and they've allowed us to do that. So would you like the girls to say something on this about success?
Sure thing.
Okay, go.
I think our success level will be very high. Like we've said, our energy is very good this year. We're no one on the team dislikes each other. Like, we're all very nice and we all love each other, and it's more of like a family than a team. And I feel like that's what's going to make us so good too.
Yeah, we've had past successes, and I think that this year is just going to outshine them all because everybody is going to have fun while we're doing it. And everybody's going to be together, and I think that's something that is super, super special.
I agree. We had really successful seasons in the past, and this season, I'm just excited to see what we're going to do. With this new team, we have several younger players coming up, but I think it's just going to be a great year.
Yes, I think that with everyone buying in already in preseason and in off-season, it really has helped us a lot, and that's what's going to grow our success too for this upcoming season.
Coach, I want to ask you, you lost 10 seniors. One of them is Lauren Latham, is signed with Kansas State. Who are you counting on to fill that role as a setter for you?
As setter, we have a returner, a senior. She's not here today. She actually got hurt in a team camp, but her name's Lainey Throgmartin, and she'd be a senior. And then we also have a junior in Tristan Oswald. And they have had great, don't you think, young ladies? They are setting both of these groups. They're doing a great job. They trained under Latham. They worked with her. They saw that role model. And so I think that chemistry is going to carry over. I love the energy this team's given. The word success, you said, how did it start? How does it go forward? It goes forward because those girls are not ashamed to look at somebody that was better than them and learn from them. Last year, when the Valley View was sitting up here ahead of us, all I could think about was the state tournament because we were up 2-0 on them. And then I lost in the 5th, 15-13. So these girls are on that level. And that setter last year, Lauren Latham, by far is one of the best setters I've ever coached. But I feel like those girls that trained under her, going to practice every day, they learned a lot. And I'm also proud that every year I've been there, and it's grew in the last 4 years, is we've had people sign college scholarships and have offers on the table right now. So I'm very proud of them.
And for the girls, and we talked a good bit about just some of the expectations for this season, but I think it was you that mentioned there might be some people that are overlooking y'all. So just kind of talk about some of the things that you've each worked on individually.
Yeah, I do think people, because we've heard like people will probably overlook us this season because of the height we lost. But other than that, wait, what was the question?
What do you think about the season for you? What will you do?
For me,
just individual things you've worked on.
For me individually, I focused a lot more on my passing because last year I only did front row, so I knew this year I would want to do back row too. So I focused a lot on my passing, my defense, and my serving including. And I worked on that through club too, which got me way better, I feel like. And I'm very grateful for it because I feel like I did work really hard, and I'm going to keep working hard too because you can always get better.
Yeah, what I've worked on for myself for this season is being fast because I am an undersized middle. I'm 5'9", 5'10", so
I'm undersized, so I have to be faster. So that is something that I have been working on, but also being a good leader. I have been learning from people above me and what I like about their leading abilities and what I don't like. And so I have picked up on it, and I have got my style, and I'm going to roll with it.
Personally, I'm working on being a leader as well, just lifting up those around me, being an encourager, and just really bringing this team together.
I've worked a lot outside of the gym. I do a lot of vertical training, and if I'm not in the gym, then I'm doing lessons or trying to find any open gyms that I can go to.
All right, wrapping things up here. Is there any match, conference, non-conference, that y'all have circled that you've been thinking about all offseason?
I'm going to let them tell you, but I'm going to say what you've heard others say is, we do have a target on our back because we did graduate 10. So everybody in the conference thinks they're going to beat us because of this or that. But I know these girls have somebody in mind. So, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we got Lake Hamilton.
That's a big rival.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Lake Hamilton. Senior year last time, I want to beat them.
Yep.
It's cross town, too, see, okay?
I agree. Mine would be like Hamilton, our cross-town rivals, and then also Benton. For both those games, they're just a really good environment. A lot of people are there. It's just a great team to play against.
Of course, I love the rivalry with Lake Hamilton, but outside of conference, I'm so excited to play Little Rock Central and Bryant and Benton, too. So.
And all of you talk about Lake Hamilton because that's your natural rival there. Want to talk about the Benton's dominated their conference. They dominated 5A, winning 2 state titles here, 2 in a row recently. Talk about the role. Talk about the job that you're trying to do in catching them in the conference.
I feel like Benton is a big school. They have a lot of talent to choose from, and also they have a very good coach. Coach Shoup is a great coach. But if you're going to get there, you got to play best and you got to play at their level. So I always study them, and my goal is to win a state. Because I feel like champions don't wait and just happenstance win a state tournament. You start with these kind of attitudes, and you look at a team like Benton, and that's why these girls, I remember when we beat Benton a year ago, and the student section rushed the court. Because why? Because it's a moment that lets you know we can win a state if we perform constantly. And I think Benton had us on that because they have great players, but at that moment they were more constant down the stretch, and you got to be constant down the stretch. And first week we talked about communication, week 1, and last week we talked about find your constant. I know Barrett was an example of that because she found her constant. She had a great recruiting time, all of them really. But this week, I talked about find your consistency because I think if we're going to be at the level Benton's at, we got to be more skilled consistently. Would you agree, girls?
Yes.
All right, well, we really appreciate y'all making the trip up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, up next we got the North Little Rock Lady Charging Wildcats led by first-year head coach Maddie Back. And Coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you for your opening statement. Introduce who you brought.
Okay, well, I want to start. I know you guys have been hearing this all day long, but thank you for this opportunity. This is just beyond thrilling, not only for like our athletes and for our program, but just for volleyball and volleyball in the state of Arkansas. So we are beyond thrilled to be here. So going right to left, I've got, well, my entire senior group is here. The four that I have up here would be one of my right sides, Julia Ollison, and I have DS R.E. Baker, outside hitter Parker Couch, and then my middle blocker, Lyric Miller.
Just talk about some of the expectations that you've set in year one. Obviously, we'll ask about the one south of the river, of course, in your Central Conference, being your mother. But we'll get on that later. But just talk about the culture that you've set here at North Little Rock in your first year that you're trying to do as you get into the 2025 season.
Right. So I came in very late May. This kind of opened up out of nowhere and kind of felt like divine intervention for me to get here. But my very first week that I came in, I think it was like Friday of my very first week practicing with them, I was very quick to tell them that my expectations were very high. And while we might be playing teams that have a little bit better technical training than us, our expectation is to surprise teams based off of just our determination and our work ethic and our discipline. So this whole first month that I've been with them has just been a lot of discussion on discipline, and everything we do is game-like so that when we get to games, we are prepared and we make it tough on the teams that we play.
And in response to that, I'll start with the players from the right over here. Just talk about the buy-in that you've given Coach and just some of the things that she's been setting culture-wise and how that's gone.
She wants us to be very consistent, and that's a little different from what we have prior, and I really like what she has coming for us. It's a very happy and good environment, and I like it.
I know like the first full month we worked on basics, and working on that really strengthened us for the past team camp we did. It showed where we needed to fix things. We were able to fix them in first or second point, and we were able to dig deeper, which she stresses a lot, keep digging. So that's something that I like.
I can say her coming in the first week, her word was intensity and intentional, and I think we really worked hard to uphold those words and try to meet the standards that she's put on us. And then her positive environment was like a big whoa for us because it was like a shift. So I think we really needed the positive environment.
Yeah, she's really told us to work on the little things first and then the bigger things come. And she's also just uplifted us a lot, and she's told us that her standard is high and we're going to live up to it, and she know we can do it, so yeah.
You talk about high expectations. What would constitute a season for you that would be up to your expectations, and what's the key to closing the gap on teams like Conway, Cabot, Central, which has improved, and Bryant, and of course Bryant and Jonesboro, which has a great tradition?
So for us to meet the expectations, right, all of that going together is discipline. That's what's going to close the gap. So we've been discussing a lot, even today in practice, after we played a full week of team camp last week, and we came back into practice today, and we discussed a lot of going back over blocking and specific blocking footwork and getting our hands over the net, and then where everybody is supposed to be on defense. And every drill that we do, we discuss why each drill is important, what we are stressing in each drill, and again, that intentionality word that I'm sure they'll be hearing in their nightmares for the rest of their life of being intentional, that after we do each drill, we are continuing to implement what we were working on.
Piggybacking off the 6A Central, as I mentioned at the top there, your mother, Leanne Back, has been a great coach at Bryant and had a great career. And she had mentioned how even when you were a little girl, I'm sure you probably watched, even when you were a little girl, she wouldn't let you win. So she got the competitive part down on top of learning volleyball. So talk about what she's meant to your both. I mean, obviously, as your mother, I know a big part of your personal life, but just your coaching career and some of the other mentors that you've had along the way as you stepped into this head coaching role.
Well, yeah, she's been around for a minute, right? I'm pretty sure I came out the womb in a gym. So just for her, I never was not allowed to learn the sport. So I've known the sport through and through very intimately since I was a little kid, and it just means a lot to me. Being around the sport is essentially my whole personality, and between her and my dad both, I got that competitive edge. And so for me, I want to win, but I also want these kids to love the sport and to love what they're doing. So for me, it's really being sure that they are getting that, because I still have that even after being in the sport for so long. And also just going back to about my mom, like, we discuss the stuff all the time. Like, I can call her. We played them in team camp last week, and afterwards we were talking about like what her team was doing, what my team was doing, and still having that good conversation. So that relationship just means a lot, because it's been a mentorship to me as well.
Another one of the top questions we've asked is just about how volleyball coaches have done a great job of helping each other, helping grow the game, not just in Arkansas, but really regionally. We've touched on it a few times that, as Mount has told us earlier, that this region, as far, I think it was the Delta, I can't remember the name.
Delta region.
Okay, so
Yep.
It was Delta. This region is one of the fastest growing in the country. So just knowing that you're going to be up against those, but also just getting the assistance that you have from other coaches, how big has that been to your career?
It's been huge. There has been, because I have been very involved with like a lot of club stuff just outside of school, especially being a younger coach, right? This is only my 5th year in the school setting, but this is I just finished up my 8th year in the club setting. So getting to work with so many different people from so many different stages of life in their coaching careers, and being able to have that continued assistance, it means everything, because I'm always learning something, whether that's just about technical skill, whether that's getting a different viewpoint on just basic coaching decisions, right? There's always growth involved.
Oh, players. So I was going to ask the players. The coach was talking about how it's been a long day. The coach was talking about setting the culture in her first year. Y'all are here as team leaders, so they always talk about how the best teams are typically player-led teams. So starting from the right again, talk about some goals that you have as far as leaders that you've developed through the offseason.
Some goals I have for our team, especially the younger people, I want them to have fun, because I feel like when we was coming up, we had like a lot of pressure on us to like do good and not mess up. I don't want to be the unwelcoming leaders. I want them to know like it's okay to mess up and just have fun while they're playing it, but still do their best. And yeah.
The culture, I want to just make sure it's fun, uplifting, like she said, like the past years. We've just want to be as perfect as possible, more stressing about winning, not having fun. And I know we stress a lot of we cheers. We have a lot of different cheers for a lot of different things. So getting those cheers involved, uplifting who's ever on the court, no matter the circumstance, just making it a fun environment.
With our team being very young, like majority sophomores, halfway juniors, I want them to understand that it's okay to make mistakes. We just have to have that same next ball mentality. It's always about the next ball. Volleyball is against mistakes. Everybody's going to make a mistake. You just have to better the ball and become a better player while trying to worry about the next ball. And then just have the energy. You just have fun. It's a game. You win some, you lose some, but in the end, you're supposed to be having fun.
Yeah, definitely having fun. And I want them to know that it's a community. Like, we're all sisters. We're not just friends. We're not just teammates. We're sisters. And I want them to know that it's okay to mess up. It's okay. We've all been through that before. We know how it feels to get down on yourself. So we really try to lift them up and make sure they know it's okay. And we're there for them.
And Manny, I have to ask you this. You'll play Bryant twice. Your mom's coaching them. She said, I guess a couple years ago, when you were at Whitehall, you had a benefit game.
Yep.
What's it going to feel like those two times you play each other?
It's got more weight to it, right? It's definitely, a regular season match means more than a benefit match, but 2 conference matches, it's got a little bit more weight to it. And I know that she's excited. I know that I'm excited. I know that we've got a lot of admin and even other coaches that have already been talking to us about how excited they are to come support in that match. I think the only person who might not be excited is my dad, because it's a little bit awkward for him, but he's excited that he only has to wear blue now, and it's easier for him to see us. So other than that, we're excited. It's going to be great.
Last one for the players. Any non-conference, conference match that I see a couple that are giddy to say it. Is there anyone that you have circled a little bit more than others?
I want to play Bryant for obvious reasons, but I really want to play Central once again for obvious reasons. But I just want to win. I just want to do our best that game.
Yeah, Bryant, obviously they're a big competitor in our conference sport-wide, and also Coach B, want to win for her. And then Central, of course, big rival. It's always energetic when we play, so ready to play them anytime.
Of course, Bryant is the number one. We're gunning for them. We're gonna take them. But then Central, it's like every year we play them, we're this close. We gotta get them. We're getting them this year. It's no question. They're getting God.
Yes, definitely Central and Bryant. You know, the Central rivalry, it runs deep with us, so we definitely have to get them this year. And then with the Bryant, we're going to get them. We're going to do it for Coach Maddie. And also Jonesboro, too, because we need to prove their student section wrong, because, their student section is terrible, so we definitely have to get them.
Awesome. All right, we appreciate y'all making the trip over. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Shannon. Ready to rock? All right, up next we got the Paragould Lady Rams. They are here today with assistant coach Chandler Weber, and I will go ahead and let you introduce your team as well as give your opening statement.
First off, thank you for having us. I know everyone has said that, but sometimes the Northeast Arkansas teams sometimes get left out for things like this for the whole state due to the drive. So thank you for having us. I brought Hadley Luke with me. She's a senior middle blocker. Ava Beasley, she's a junior outside hitter. And then I have Sophie Hancock, which is a senior middle blocker for us.
We'll just kind of start off talking about, I know that there were some rough patches last season, and just kind of talk about what y'all are, what some of the goals are coming into this year, rebounding from that.
So last season definitely didn't go as we had hoped and planned. We called it our bingo year. We did not have a lot of those things that happened to us on our bingo card. So it kind of became a joke. We were talking on the way down about last season. Of course, Ava went out game 5 last year early on with a knee injury and wasn't with us the rest of the season. We all know she's a vital piece to who we are. And we had 1.3 concussions last year. I don't think we've had one in my 10 years at Paragould, coming up on 11 years. So it was just something every game. We didn't have a varsity player, and we were all a little disappointed not making the state tournament last year after the season before. I feel like we were right there a lot of games. We lost a lot of 4-set games, close ones that we look back and we should have had. So if anything, I think it's made us hungry for this season and ready, because that expectation is back to make the state tournament.
My question is for Ava. You missed most of last year with a knee injury. How are you doing now? And how's the recovery rehab process going?
It was definitely tough going out so early in the season, but it definitely gave me a better perspective on things, to see the game from both sides on the bench, and, well, couldn't play for the most part, but it really helped me. But I think it really helped me grow as a player, and it will definitely help me go into next season and work even harder than we did last year, and yeah.
For the other two players, just going through that last season, sometimes adversity, Alexa, I think really at the end of the day, adversity always makes us better. So just talk about what each of you learned from that and what you're taking into this year.
It was very tough starting off. Just going in without her, she really is a big piece of our offense, and we love her truly. But it caused some seniors that we had to step up. It took everybody, every single game, to get out there and do what we needed to do.
I feel like it gave a lot of our other players a chance, because Ava was such a big part, and we used her like so much because we needed her. And so whenever she was gone, we really had to like put other players into her shoes, and I think that we really worked well with using what we had and using our other players.
And Coach, I know you've got Paragould Ram running through your veins. Obviously, this is about the team, but it's really special, I know, for you to be there. Your alma mater, where your dad had so much success as a coach, administrator. Now your husband is the girls' basketball coach, so y'all are around each other probably maybe a little bit more than you want. Obviously, joking, Mitchell, but
he's not joking.
How special is that? That's not something that everybody gets to experience. A lot of people get to coach their kids, and some people get to work with their spouse or family members. But just it being Paragould in particular, what does that mean to you?
It is very unique, but it is very special. I know Mitchell's kind of used the words, it's kind of like a homecoming. It's one of those things we talked about, maybe hoping eventually it would happen, but like you said, Paragould runs through my blood. I'm kind of like the last coach. It's all we've ever known, and so it has been pretty special. And honestly, the timing's right. Coach Fogelman just had a baby, so she's out right now, and so he's able to help me. Like, he's been working them out in the mornings before our practice just to take something off our plate. Hadley plays basketball, so she's with him a lot, and like he's driving our bus. And I think you know us pretty well, that he's all about his school, whatever school he's at, the school spirit, and really trying to get people involved and promote his players. And so I'm excited that he's on campus and doing that for these kids right here.
Talking about the coaching aspect of it, I know you sort of kind of serving. Are you technically the interim head coach? Or
I guess kind of, yeah. I mean, I may be starting off season. It might be a little bit before she's back.
Right. So
yes.
Nonetheless, kind of taking that role right now. How much learning from your dad, learning from your husband, and just all the coaching that you've had around you that prepared you for something like this?
I think the biggest thing is just taking it a day at a time. It's been a little overwhelming because we are a little bit short-staffed, and I haven't head coached in like 3 years, so I'm trying to like plan practice and do all the things again. But just seeing their interaction and how much they love the kids and love the sport and just giving back, like, I guess those are pieces I've taken from them, and just hope that they know that at the end of the day, we love them, we care for them, and it's bigger than volleyball.
To the players, we've talked about the 5A East, or really just NEA volleyball in general. You think about basketball, volleyball, there's just so many teams that you could point at. So we'll start from the right here, just getting that competition night in and night out, as well as some of the teams that you play in the non-conference to make you better.
One team that I just enjoy playing really is Valley View. They are really good competitors, and at times it's like, oh gosh, like, this is rough, but it always brings us together in the end. Non-conference, every time we play Jonesboro, we come up short, every time, but this is the year.
I'll say conference, probably Marion, because they've been with each other for a while, since junior high, and They're a very good team. They have a lot of elements to their team that make them very good. And I get to see some of my club teammates, and it's just a really good game to play. Non-conference, I'd probably say Jonesboro, because it just seems real tight at the end, and then we'll get them. So.
For conference, I would probably say our crosstown rivals, Tech. A lot of friends, a lot of family. I mean, we know each other very well. We've been playing each other for a long time, and it's a good competition. I enjoy it because it pushes us to be better in like the best way. And then non-conference, I'd also say Jonesboro. I just feel like they are also very competitive, and so whenever we play them, we have to play our best, and I think that really pushes us.
All right, I gotta ask you, 2 years ago, you made the state tournament. You won a first round match against the Little Rock Christian. Last year wasn't as good a season. You got Valley View and Marion both shared the conference title last year, 14-2. What do you feel like you have to do to kind of close the gap between yourself and those two in the 5A East?
Well, they're both very good teams, very well-coached teams. I respect Coach Beasley and Coach McGee. Y'all talk about the coaching volleyball community. I've heard that on a few today, and they're two people that we reach out to and feed off of, and they've always given advice and helped when needed as well. We were talking on the way down, and I think that the key for us this year is we have a lot of experience. We're bringing back 6 people from last year that were sophomore and juniors. We were pretty young, and so we have those pieces back. Sophie moved up halfway through her freshman year, so she's going to be a senior. She's been out with a torn labrum. She'll be back with us when school starts. Ava's been playing since a freshman. She's going to be a junior. Hadley's been starting since she's a sophomore. So we're putting 6 kids back out there that have been there the last year, and some of them even they're on year 3. We did get a move-in who's a nice piece to us now, and then we have a few kids that were sophomores that are going to be filling some big shoes. And you know, you do hear the Valley Views and the Marions. They are typically your leaders in the conference. But Paragould Volleyball has always historically been pretty good. 16 state tournaments out of the last 20 years we were talking about on the way down. So we've only had a few rough patch years, kind of like last year. And I think people expect to see us in that top 4 contender for state, and we do too.
We've asked the question, I think, literally to every coach about just the growth of the game, and you being around not just volleyball, but girls sports in general for as long as you have, just playing it and coaching it and everything. Talk about just the growth of that as a whole. I mean, I'm not just talking about volleyball. I mean, just girls sports as a whole.
Are you trying to get me divorced tonight? Or, well, we all know volleyball is the biggest girls sport in the state now. I don't know if that's been said today, but when we went to our conference back in the spring, the Volleyball Coaches Association, we do have the most numbers in the state. So it is crazy. I can remember when my dad was coaching, going and watching his players, and it was not rally scoring and sitting through those long games. So I have seen it evolve, and it is pretty awesome to watch. Of course, I love basketball. It's still a great sport, but it's awesome to see volleyball take off in the way that it has. It's just different. There's a lot more mental toughness maybe to it to an extent, because every single point matters. But it's been awesome just to see it grow and flourish the last few years.
Mentioned a couple of teams. Well, is there anything any team non-conference in a matchup that you have scheduled this year, or one that you're going to see in conference play that you have circled?
I mean, I think it just goes back to our crosstown rivalry. That's a big one. It always has been, and I think it'll always continue to be.
That's Greene County Tech, right?
Yeah, Greene County Tech, yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the game that everyone talks about. But the atmosphere and everything about it is great. But
we also, against Tech, we have our annual Dig for the Cure game, which is also, it's bigger than volleyball that night. But it's great that we get to do it against them because we have so many people there to just come in for a bigger purpose.
Our conference, I'm going to add this, our conference is a dogfight every night. I mean, I've heard everyone say that so far, but you got Mountain Home, Marion, Valley View, Tech, who lost a lot but still is pretty scrappy. We've seen them at camp. And then you got Batesville, who still has pieces back. It's a lot. So I think every night is a competition in ours, and you have to bring it. And we like our home court crowd, though, and our home court atmosphere. So that works in our favor sometimes.
All right. Well, we sure appreciate y'all making the trip down.
Thank you for having us.
All right, wrapping things up for day one with the Mayflower Lady Eagles. They're led by head coach Monty Smith. And coach, I will go ahead and pass it over to you to introduce who you brought and give your opening statement.
All right, with us today is Miranda Leslie, our libero senior, and Lydia Matthews, our outside hitter, who's a senior. They're both 2 times all-conference, 2 times all-state, and numerous other awards that they would get mad if I said all of them out because they're very humble people. We're excited about this year. We have what we think is a special team because we have great kids with great character, and I think it takes great character to have a great team to get you through the tough adversity times, and our team is fortunate enough to be led by these 2 people right here.
Talk about for the players, talk about just the pride that you do take in that, being the 2 senior leaders that are, you both are seniors, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm making sure of that. The 2 the coach brought today, being the team leaders, so just talk about just the pride you take in that.
Okay. It feels nice to be one of the team leaders. I mean, it's not just us 2. Like, there's some lower classmen, like juniors, that also like lead the team in other aspects. But it feels good to be the one that people come to for like information, like, or just things on the court that aren't going good. Like, they're always me and her are always the people that they're asking for like what help and like all these other things. So.
Yeah, I would also say the same thing. It feels nice that people can come up and ask us questions because I say me and Miranda are more experienced, like a lot more experienced because we play like club and not so much the other people on our team. But it also like, we are like great leaders on the court, I feel like. So it's like whenever we show leadership, everybody else will like to show leadership. So it just like helps, I don't know, but it feels good to be good.
Yeah. Coach, talk about Miranda. I know a few times when we've texted and emailed you've spoken very highly of her and you've compared her to the libero you had at Episcopal when you won a state title.
She is a great player, and there's no doubt about that. And what she does for us is gives us extra hits that a lot of teams don't get because of her ability to get a ball up that, you know, maybe to other people's like undiggable, but she finds a way to get those. But it's not just her to do it too, and she'll tell you this too. Not only is she a great player, but people around her do their jobs too, and it makes her job a lot easier too. The blockers like funnel balls to her and everything. So she'd be really mad at me if I didn't tell you how great everybody else was around her as well. But yes, definitely, I think, to be honest, in my opinion, she's the best libero in the state.
And Miranda, you had a chance to be on that state championship softball team, and you were?
Yeah.
Okay, I was making
Yep,
I
yep.
was saying, I thought you were. Well, so you guys got a lot of really good opportunity. You got a good team coming back for volleyball this year. Is there anything that you're taking from that season, maybe just some of the things that y'all did in softball and kind of transferring over to the volleyball court with what y'all did on the softball field last spring?
I would say the softball team we had this year, the leadership was incredible. Like, Tori Barksdale, like all that whole group, they were freshmen and they were starting, and like the leadership they brought to the team was just incredible. Like they set the base, like they controlled most of the things. But energy aspect, like there was barely any drama for softball at all. So I think that helped us out a lot to bring home the state title. So, yeah.
Coach, building off of that, we've had a lot of really good 3A teams here today, and that's one of the main topics that we've discussed is just, it's not just some of the top teams in 5 and 6A. There is in 2A, 3A, 4A. I mean, there are some really good squads that can compete with just about anybody. So just talk about, where you feel that your team maybe fits in with those. Again, not just in 3A, but just overall with what you have coming back this year.
One of the things I love about this team is they love to compete, and they're not afraid to compete against anybody in the state. I mean, when we were at the 501 camp last year and played 6A schools. We're going to go to Branson next week and play against huge schools. And instead of saying, oh my goodness, they're big, they're just chomping at the bits to go and play those people. They want that tough competition. And I think, to be honest, I think we're one of those top 3A teams in the state that can compete for the title.
You lost to CIC in the quarterfinals last year. What do you? Of course, you also played Paris, which was a state champion. What do you feel like your club needs to do to kind of bridge the gap between those two, so you get to Hot Springs that last day of the season?
I think we've done it. We've gotten a lot better over the summer. We've got to add a few pieces to our team and everything, and not only, like Miranda said, not only these two girls, but the whole team works together. If somebody is not having a great day, there's always somebody there to pick them up. Whether it's a junior, we have a great sophomore class coming in too that pushes us every time in practice, that makes us better. So I think adding all those elements together has just made us a better team overall. So I think that the combination of there's our seniors getting better, the great leadership, the juniors that are there, and the sophomores moving up has closed the gap.
The volleyball community, we've gotten a lot of great feedback today just about how coaches have helped one another, helped the game grow. What has your experience been in that as a volleyball coach, as far as just sharing information with coaches that have been around the block and all those different things for y'all to continue to grow it around Arkansas?
It's been tremendous. When I first started out, I'm not going to say how many, 20-something years ago, I just started calling college coaches around, not just Arkansas, but around the country, and they were so great about sending things back. And now in the state of Arkansas, we have all the college coaches. You can just call any of them now, and they're going to respond to you that day. They're going to give you back. And it's been fun now to give back to the community too. Now when coaches call me, and I'm able to help give them advice, but I'm not shy about calling anybody else and asking them for advice for what would they do in this situation and how would they handle this. I think we're a community that wants the game to grow more than what, just about any other sport. Like they've said, outside of girls track, girls volleyball has more players than anybody else.
Staying on the subject of girls sports, Mayflower in the last 10 years has gone to a basketball state championship. As we talked about, softball just one state, and volleyball has a lot of expectations this year. So for the players, I talk about how cool that is to be a part of not just a great volleyball program, but just a school that has had such great girls athletic success.
So I was on the state basketball team. It was about 2 years ago with Riley Whittington and that bunch. They were seniors, and we made it to like the state semifinals, and then we lost to a good team. And then obviously the state championship title that we just took. But I think it feels nice to have, like, the whole community from Mayflower was at the state softball championship game. Like, I don't think there was, like, barely any Harding there because they were off somewhere else watching the baseball game. But just seeing the support that we've had from everyone, the whole community, for every sport, like even basketball games, like girls, the gym is packed. Like, it is loud. And just seeing that, it's comforting, and, like, to know that we have support all around us.
I haven't been a part of any of the state anything. I only play volleyball, but this year we're going to get to state, and I'm excited to see all the community come and support us just as like we support the other teams. But I feel like we got a great chance at it this year. So.
And Coach, knowing the team that you do have, was when you were looking at the schedule through the off season, was there maybe 1, 2, or even more teams that you kind of looked at and were like, all right, well, we're going to make sure and get these on the schedule so we get as many good looks as possible?
I try to schedule as many schools that as big schools or competitive schools as what we can. Sometimes they'll schedule you, sometimes they won't. But this year we start off with bigger schools like Arkadelphia and North Little Rock right off the bat. And we have other schools, Harding Academy, the other top 3A schools, and we have top 3A schools in our conference that we go to compete against. So we try to make a competitive balance and make it as tough a non-conference schedule as what we can.
And I know I touched on just about how the softball community has worked together to grow it. From your eyes, how has it grown from the standpoint of from when you started? As again, I think you said about 2 decades ago, but from around that time to what we have now, particularly in the last 5 or so years, what has that been like to watch?
It has been a lot of fun to watch. Like when I first started to do a side-out scoring, I'll go through that. But over the last 5 years, what you've seen, I think, in the growth of volleyball is in the conferences, usually there's just like 1 or 2 that had a legitimate shot of winning a conference, and maybe even 1 or 2 that had a legitimate shot of winning in the state. Over the last 4 to 5 years, you've seen that number to grow to 4 or 5 in a conference, and even more than that in the state that have legitimate chances of winning it. So I think the parity around the state has gotten a lot better, and the quality of the game has gotten so much better.
For the girls, any match, conference, non-conference you have circled that you're going to at least play? I know there's maybe some teams in the postseason, but as far as ones that you have on the schedule right now that you've circled?
Non-conference, I'd probably say Episcopal. Like, we've played them every year since, like, I was in 7th grade. So, like, and I don't think we've ever beat them, really. So last year we went to a 5-set match, and we ended up losing. But I think they're a really solid team, and I think we can definitely win it this year.
I'm excited to play Paris and Conway Christian because they're both very competitive, and you go into the game knowing it's going to be a good game.
Coach, in the process of you and I talking up to this, exchanging emails and texts and whatnot, it really seems like you've obviously got a lot of highly successful individual players, but it kind of seems like you've got a very selfless team as well, and that's a big reason why you've been able to do what you did. I mean, it kind of just, from the outside looking in, seems they don't really care like who gets the success. So how much easier has that made your job?
It's really easy. They want to be great. They don't care about if they're a star. I mean, I think that's one of the great ways to put them. They all lift each other up. They celebrate each other's successes more than they do their own. When somebody wins a postseason honor or something like that, other people celebrate it so much more with them, and they try to brush it off. But the way they celebrate each other is so much fun. I mean, when you watch them in a game, to watch how much they love to play, not only the game, but they love to play together, that's what makes it fun and what makes it easy. And that's what makes seasons like this special and groups like this special.
All righty. We very much appreciate y'all coming. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Arkansas Select Volleyball Club focuses on personal and athletic development of our student athletes and creates a safe, positive, and effective learning environment in which student athletes strive to achieve individual excellence within a team dynamic. We view the volleyball court as our classroom, transformed to teach lessons of character, discipline, respect, responsibility, accountability, commitment, leadership, work ethic, teamwork, courage, integrity, communication, the importance of sacrifice and sportsmanship, plus many other important values on and off the court. Search Arkansas Select Volleyball online or visit our Facebook page, Arkansas Select Volleyball, to find out more.